we're at the top of the draft, but now we got to wait. And you're not a patient man.
No, but you said presumably when the Bears draft at 20. So would you, if that was the case, would you rather see him go up or down?
You know, if you're going down, that means you're collecting more bites at the apple. So I'm all about just adding more pieces to the puzzle. A team that's young just won the Super Bowl. The youngest team in the league, the Seattle Seahawks. They played the most snaps of rookies in the National Football League. Your team was the youngest team in the National Football League when you won a Super Bowl in 1985. So I'm okay bringing young players in. I want to feed the culture of that locker room and make sure that I have as many dedicated, serious, hardworking, love of the game guys in that locker room, because that's when that culture really grows.
Okay, so I'm presuming you would want to trade down.
Yes.
Okay,
How about you?
That's the answer I was looking for in the court of law.
Yeah, you want that one too?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to see them have their eyes and their sights set on a couple guys at 25 that if they're there, they want to take them and they feel that their locker room, the culture continues to grow, the position gets better, it creates more competitiveness. I'm okay with that first and foremost.
Yeah.
But again, if you are, bringing in a couple more second rounders, a couple more third rounders, listen, those guys, they pan out equally as much as first rounders do.
Well, so do fourth rounders.
Yeah, I agree. And so
like yourself. That's what I'm alluding to, Tom.
The bitterness lingers.
Tom asked me what number pick he was, and he was disappointed I didn't know, but he doesn't know either. So that's a little job for Aiden.
It was a different day, man. It was a different day in the draft. They started the draft at 9 o'clock in the morning, and they didn't finish the draft until it was over at night. And while I was being picked, I was sitting in the Chicago Blitz press room announcing the fact that I had signed a contract with the Chicago Blitz. And so, it all worked out perfectly.
It's good to be wanted by two franchises.
Well, there I was a territorial pick because I went to Notre Dame, closest in proximity to the Chicago area, and that was just part of, the way they went about selecting different schools that they could take players from.
Was he 104, 117? Oh, boy.
Down?
What, Aiden, what do you got?
I got it right here.
Well, let's hear it.
Round 4 in the 1983 NFL Draft. Tom Thayer, you were the 91st.
Oh, 91st. That's good. You're top 100.
Give yourself some credit.
You were top 100.
Wow.
We always talk about top 100. You get in the top 100, that's real money, Tom.
Yeah. I will say the top 100 back then, that's what I was most disappointed in. But being in the top 100 of the Chicago Bears is probably more of a benchmark, something that's probably earned from that.
Just ahead of Jay Cutler.
That's right. One ahead of Jay Cutler. That's the best.
You got a lot of numbers. There's numerology going on here. 91, 57. How old are you going to be this year?
August 16th, I'll be 65.
Oh, my God. That's hard to believe. That's hard to believe. Hey, we are brought to you by Chicago's Draft Coverage, brought to you by our good friends, Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. I've been alluding to Aiden, our on-site producer here, Jake Santos, Mario Herron, back in the studio. And, of course, I said J-Mac will be joining us. You're watching us on YouTube and Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. And, of course, this place will be buzzing when they open up and folks start streaming in to find out what the Bears have in store. So it's in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And I mentioned this on Waddle and Silvy a little earlier. I mean, the sea of people expecting 700,000 at a minimum.
Right.
Upwards of 1 million. So wherever this draft goes, people will follow.
Well, first of all, how happy the kids must be because they gave them the weekend off of school where they did home learning rather than have to go to school because of the amount of people that are coming into Pittsburgh. But, this whole thing kicked off, it was held in Chicago first, and they kind of set the standard of what this thing needs to be and what they need to put on display, their presentation and everything. And Chicago just did a remarkable job when they took it out of New York, brought it on site. In Chicago, they really put on a show that they can be proud of for years.
Well, they set a bar, and
exactly.
NFL keeps trying to get that thing going higher and higher, and so it's going to make its rounds. I guess that's a good thing for American sports fans. They all get a piece of the puzzle a little bit, and everywhere it's gone, it's been a huge success, good weather or bad, and it'll continue to be that way. The attention on the draft is insane. I mean, everybody's interested. Like Waddle and Silvy, they said, what's bigger for fans, the Super Bowl or the draft? And But that, in terms of watching, because if your two teams aren't in it, maybe you're not interested. But everybody's interested here because your team presumably is going to get better tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday.
I don't even think that's a debatable question. You sitting there watching the Super Bowl and the price that people pay for, the businesses pay for commercials, the time that you prepare for what you're going to serve at your party, the different parties all over the world that are Super Bowl centric. I don't think there's any comparison between the draft and the Super Bowl, because I was drafted and I played in the Super Bowl, and I know that the chills in my stomach were a lot more walking into the Super Bowl.
I'm just talking about the fan,
Yeah, but I still think it's Super Bowl more than the draft.
So what's the complication of this draft, in your opinion? There's a couple angles we could go here, but first of all, there are 6 teams that have 2 picks each.
Yeah.
So that takes up a third of the draft right there. Does that, in your opinion, allow for more movement, or are they going to stick and pick?
To me, I wish it was a really heavy quarterback draft class, because I think multiple teams with 2 picks and they needed a quarterback that desperately, that's when you'd see a lot of deal and maneuvering going on. You think of a team like Pittsburgh, they don't know who their quarterback's going to be. They have a new head coach, and they have a lot of questions.
Why don't they know who their quarterback is going to be? What is he doing?
He's a dangling participle.
What is he doing?
He's not admitting to anything. And but that's.
Don't you owe it to them to just say yay or nay already? Let's go.
He feels like he doesn't owe anything to anybody, which that's a.
As a teammate, I'd be furious. You're trying to build a team.
But too, I think it brings back the interest of the quarterback position in this draft. And to me, there's been a lot of conversation about the successes that Mendoza has had to finish his college career. Is he a guarantee that he is going to be a difference maker, a franchise quarterback, a team that leads the Raiders to the Super Bowl? I'm not so sure, because to me, the Raiders are a football team that will never have a home field advantage unless they're 12-0, 13-0, whatever, and then they start, keeping their own tickets. Because every team that goes into play at the Raiders, that's their vacation destination. So I still think there's question marks of Mendoza going into the draft. And then the second evaluated quarterback is Simpson from Alabama, who's got a limited amount of starts.
15, not enough.
And so
I would never, ever again, I don't care what the talent level is, pick a quarterback with less than a couple years, 2.5 years at minimum of college ball. I can't do it.
Then you talk about those teams that have multiple first-round picks. Is there enough defensive talent in this draft, other than guys that went out and put up impressive numbers in the combine, that you're willing to kind of put together a package to move up for a defensive player specifically? That's why I think this you're going to get a rhythm of this draft that's just going to fall one pick right after the other.
All right, so in your gut, I want to touch on the Raiders for a minute too with that quarterback, but is this going this is what could be the teeter-totter. So is this going to be, in your opinion, knowing all the personnel here that are projected, say there's 40 guys that could be a first-round pick, is it going to be offensive heavy before the Bears, or will it be a defensive heavy, and will that then put the Bears in a different position? Everybody's thinking defense, but could they go offense because the defensive heavy draft? What do you think might happen?
I think just because of the reflection of the combine and some of the numbers that these guys were able to put up, I do think it's going to be a defensive heavy draft because there are no quarterbacks. And so you're going to start filling your roster with the quality talent that you assume that they're going to have a solid NFL career by what they did at the combine. So I do think it's going to be NFL heavy. And then when you look at the division alone, there's been a lot of talk about Minnesota and the safety out of Oregon. And then there's a lot of talk with Detroit about the offensive tackle out of Alabama.
So Thieneman and Proctor.
Yeah. So then you're starting to talk about do you start shifting around and start moving around within your own division if you really coveted one of those guys? And then we talked a little bit about that's 8 minutes per first rounder. That 2 minutes you're taking away from deal making, I do think it'll affect how far ahead you try to preemptively strike, or at the late minute do you take a phone call and then you got to hurry to your decision.
Yeah, some of these things are already predetermined, but are they going to be a surprise or two? Hey,
right.
Boom, boom, boom. We'll see it on video.
Just this week, the GM of the Kansas City Chiefs said he feels that there's going to be a lot of trades in the first round. And so then that became the topic of conversation over the next 3 or 4 days. And so did that preemptively put thinking in the heads of some of the GMs that believe that they got to be prepared if those trades happen?
Well, then Mickey Loomis just came out, the Saints GM, and said last year he had 15 phone calls. By now he's had none. So I don't know what that means. Maybe they don't want your guy. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to deal with you.
They blocked him.
I don't know what the case is. So the Raiders you mentioned. So I also have my doubts as well about Fernando Mendoza. I know he's a gifted player. He's very cerebral, uber smart. He's tough. He proved a lot of toughness to me in the national championship game. But, are you going to start him on day one? Kirk Cousins is there, but their offensive line is far from ready to go to work, even with Linderbaum coming over there. It is not a very good offensive line. And for a guy in the national championship game that in that second half playing against NFL players, let's call it, Mesidor, Bain, Keontae, all those guys on that defense, they were making it very challenging on him. It was not a simple ride in that second half. So I'm just wondering how you feel about the number one pick in the draft, because the clamor will be, well, you drafted him, you got to play him right away.
Well, he had a super successful team. They had a really disciplinarian as a head coach, and he got the most out of every one of those players he brought along with them. However, when you're talking about NFL caliber talent, you're talking about such a jump in talent that defensive tackles can run you down. I don't know what Mesidor did at a 40, if he did one at his pro day, but every one of these players on the defensive side of the ball can equally match him on a 40. And then when you talk about the conversation that we're having about edge rushers into this draft and how deep it is, and you talk about some of the susceptibility of their offensive line at the Raiders, I do think this is a Kirk Cousins starting team at the beginning, and then let the young Mesidor, let him morph into the eventual starting quarterback there. But I think each quarterback has a chance to take some abuse early.
No 40 for Mesidor. One of my beefs, and I get it. I mean, it's a different time and place right now. A lot of it's agent-driven. Hey, if there's something you don't feel you're ready for at the combine or your pro day, there's no need. They have GPS now. They can get a gauge on what a guy runs. But I was shocked at how many there's only 6 players at the combine that did every drill.
Right.
6 players out of the 300 and some that were asked to go. But some are just obscure. Some of these players did, I'm just going to do the short shuttle at my pro day, and that's it. Very few throwing up the iron. I mean, there's just a lot of curiosity from a guy who lived in the weight room his whole life and was not shy about putting his talents out there for evaluation.
But, looking at the book of notes you put together and just taking the offensive tackle specifically, I'm disappointed in either how many guys did not bench press, because the 40-yard dash I don't care about. Right. It's irrelevant.
Some guy just ran the 10.
Right.
He just ran 10 of it. That's it.
That's okay.
I know. First time I've ever seen that, Aiden.
But
he just ran the 10.
When you're getting guys that are supposed to be strong because that's one of the requirements of their position, and then they're not willing to go lay down on a bench. 225, if you're really a dedicated weightlifter, that's your second set. You go 135 warm-up, you go to 225, and that's a warm-up, and then you go up from there. If you're not willing to lay down in front of these evaluators and do 225 as many times as you can, shame on you. You're telling me something about what you're not doing more than what I believe that you're going to be good at.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the conversation is from those who they go to train for the combine or their age, what that conversation's about.
You're weak.
This
is the conversation. You're not in the weight room enough, you're weak, and I don't want these guys to be able to see that. When you get some of these guys with over 300-pound body weight and they're doing 225 25 times, Yikes.
Chris Basanis at Texas A&M, 29. The Texas A&M guys, they do work in the weight room.
There was another guy that had 32 times.
Emmanuel Pregnon, 30.
Okay. So, yeah.
And he better because he looks like, a monster. He's got biceps out to here.
Right. Give me the approach number of an offensive lineman, center guard or tackle.
Keelan Rutledge, who's a bad man. He's a vicious player, right guard out of Georgia Tech, 27. 29 for Jennings Dunker.
Right.
Our guy from Iowa and Lena, Illinois. All right, we're going to take a step away. We'll take our first break. A lot of coverage. We'll find out. We're going to play a little game. I got these 2 binders I put together for myself and Tom. We're going to go Oz the Mentalist, but a Joniak Thayer Aiden special from Soldier Field where we cover the NFL Draft. You're listening to it here. It starts at 7 o'clock. It's the Bears Draft Show on ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network.
Bears.
Insurance companies spend millions of dollars each year convincing you that they're your neighbor and that you're in good hands. But in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. When you're involved in an accident, an insurance representative will call within a few days, assuring you that you have nothing to worry about. Shortly after that, they'll offer to pay your medical bills and maybe even give you some money for your troubles. It sounds like they're looking out for you, right? But here's their real motivation. They want you to accept their offer quickly before you've received proper medical treatment and before you realize the full nature and extent of your injuries. Because once you settle, you can never receive any more money, even if you need additional surgery. The insurance company is off the hook, and they'll leave you high and dry. Does that sound like you're in good hands, neighbor? That's why when you're injured, you need to call the Verdoliak Law Group before the insurance company plays their game. We've been fighting insurance companies since 1963. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
It's draft day. Our live coverage continues with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
And good to be with you, everybody. We're at the Miller Lite Midway on the west side of Soldier Field at the Bears draft party. Just getting rolling. Beautiful night. Great night in Chicago. Always underrated as we approach summer. Nothing better than Chicago in the summer, Tommy.
No,
and we're getting there.
I see the fans starting to pour in. I see people down on the field, and it's a great opportunity on draft night that the Bears put together. They have opportunity to see the locker room, be on the field, go and do some specific drills. This is the first time I've, outside of doing some radio, being in this facility here, which is would be a great.
Yeah, we've been in
place.
the United Club all these
Yeah.
years, but this, we used to be in here doing a pregame show back in the day, but on game day Sunday, this place is ratcheted up. There is no question. It's a fun place to be. Again, Aiden O'Connor is our on-site producer. He's been right on the money. He's a confident young man. He really is.
Very handsome.
I said confident. I'm not going to talk about any of that. Where'd you
a
go to college?
Went to Missouri.
Man.
Zion Young.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm in on him.
Really? You like him, huh?
That's the guy you talk about, locker room guy, and you talk about guys that are coming in immediately. He's the captain out there for the coin toss every time. He's the guy that leads that team, fires that locker room up. I'd love to see him as a Bear.
Upside, good player.
Great player,
Yeah,
upside.
right.
Did you work in the athletic department while you were there?
I did not, no.
No? You're laughing, but I don't know.
Yeah, no. I worked in, our affiliates for ESPN Radio down there and did some TV. That's about it.
Really?
Yeah.
He does have a face for television.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard I have a face for radio. So
No, that's me. That's me. But, I have a nice suit coat here if you want to throw it on and
No,
put yourself
no.
on camera. All right, we're going to play a little Oz the Mentalist, or Oz the Mentalist, I should say. I'm fascinated with this guy. He reads everybody's mind, and he does it 100% of the time. I don't know. Every celebrity. So we got these two big black binders. Tom and I are going to flip, because he does this often with a book or whatever, flip to a page, and he's going to. So then we're going to ask Aiden to be the mentalist and try to figure out who the Bears are picking with the 25th choice. So, Tom, you start. Just got to turn your head, just put through, just halfway through. Oh, okay, you're supposed to, flip it, but, yeah, and then just go. Just don't even look, just point.
Right.
Okay,
here.
so you got a guy right there. Don't tell him who it is.
Oh.
I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to flip my pages here if I can get them going. We're on YouTube. Doesn't look good. All right, don't be cheating. All right. Nope, I got a blank page. Got it. Oh, no. That's a bust. All right, here we go. All right, I got one right here. All right. You got yours?
You don't have
I still don't have one.
You're ruining this whole.
Oh, my God. It all fell apart.
just to give some insight to our listeners.
Oh, my God. Here we go. All right, ready? All right, I got one. Who we picking? Tom first. Got it. If you can ask him questions.
All right.
Give him some tips.
Is it yes or no questions?
Whatever you like.
Is he a defensive player?
Yes.
Did he play in the SEC?
Yes.
Oh, this is good.
Is it Kedrick Folk?
No, but he's on the same page.
Wow, that's
All right.
really good. You're the mentalist. You are the mentalist. All right. My pick that was just awfully disorganized, but go ahead.
If it's this disorganized, is he a special teams player?
He is not.
Oh, okay. That makes
Yeah,
it a
no,
lot easier.
he is not. He is not.
Is he an offensive lineman?
No, he is not. You're 0 for 2. How many guesses do you get?
That's a good question. You're running the show here.
I'll tell you, he's short and fast.
All right, so he's a defensive back.
Negative. He's very fast. You're 0 for 3.
He's a wide receiver.
Yeah, he's a wide receiver.
Casey Concepcion.
No, he's playing the game, not you.
That would have been my guess.
That's
Is
it?
it Jordan
That's all
Tyson?
you got?
Is it Jordan Tyson from
No,
Arizona
it is
State?
not. You know, what Oz would do is say, okay, you would ask, how many letters in the name?
How many letters in the name?
Then you have to you got to guess.
7. What was it, first name or last name?
Last name. I'll give you last name.
12.
No. This game
That's
is
a
going
big
nowhere.
That's
All right.
That's a Polynesian.
It's a Big 12 wide receiver.
For those of you that are listening and not watching, this isn't just 10 guys that they each picked. We have a binder of every single draft prospect. So you're asking
Are
me
you
a
giving
lot
up? Are you
here.
giving up?
Oh, I'm giving up.
Oklahoma's Deion Burks ran a 4.30 at 5'9 and an eighth.
Pretty fast.
There we go. Do we have a round of applause sound track too, as opposed to the?
Well, he was much.
There we go.
He was one guy away.
That was amazing.
I picked Reuben Bain, and Falk was
Wow,
next.
you
I
got
did
Reuben Bain. That's pretty good.
just by chance.
So the Bears are getting Reuben Bain.
Yeah.
Wait a second. You had Reuben Bain. If I'm not mistaken.
What do you?
My second question to you was, did he play in the SEC? You said yes. Reuben Bain played in Miami.
No, he was on the Reuben Bain page.
Oh, I got you.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, my rings on the binder were overstuffed here, and so it all fell apart. All right, with that being said, we're coming up on our first guest of the evening. At the bottom of the hour here, expected to visit with Bears offensive left tackle Braxton Jones, a fifth-round pick a few years back. Working himself back into the mix. It'll be a big story at training camp. We'll visit with him. Hear from the Bears Miller Lite Draft Party at Soldier Field on ESPN 1000 and the Bears Radio Network.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Get ready for 3 can't-miss post-game concerts at Rate Field this season. It starts June 26th, following Sox vs. Royals with Marshmello, presented by Minute Maid Spike. Next up on August 7th, after the Sox face the Guardians, enjoy Ja Rule, presented by Coca-Cola. The concerts wrap up September 18th with Cole Swindell, presented by Xfinity. Field passes are on sale now with limited availability. Visit whitesox.com/concert.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Own the draft before the picks are in. Get in the game at Town Bar and Grill in Aurora. Talk matchups, make your predictions, and compete in games for prizes, all with ice-cold Bud Light flowing. It's the ultimate pre-draft hangout for real fans who know the board matters. No fluff, just football, friends, and competition. Don't miss it. Be there and lock in your draft night with Bud Light on Thursday, April 23rd, 4 to 6 p.m. at the Town Bar and Grill, or visit thetownbar.com now.
Save big money in outdoor storage when you shop at Menards. Suncast sheds have the storage space you need for any backyard. Whether you're protecting bikes and toys or sorting yard tools, Suncast's selection of durable, low-maintenance outdoor sheds come in a variety of styles and sizes to fit your needs. Pick up an in-stock Suncast storage shed today and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
My name is Corporal Bradley Joseph Seitz.
Jerry Reed.
Kate Weber.
These are real veterans facing a real challenge.
I have PTSD.
And I have PTSD.
I have PTSD.
Post-traumatic stress disorder can happen to anyone.
I was still in a war zone in my mind.
But treatment can turn your life around.
Treatment has really saved my life.
To learn about PTSD and how treatment can help you, call your local VA medical center or visit ptsd.va.gov.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's draft day, and we are live from Soldier Field. Our live coverage continues with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back, everybody. Jeff and Tom here at the draft day party at Soldier Field inside the Miller Lite Midway. This is the Bears Draft Show on ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. All right, we're waiting Braxton Jones, one of our 3 guests tonight, here at the west side of the building. Let's talk about some of the players, or positions of interest, because I've been asked it 100 times. I know you have as well. What you really got to come out of this weekend with?
I've always been a big believer in hiring players for the position they play. So we talked about it the other day. If you're going to go and draft a center, Don't tell me that this right guard, I'm going to move him over to center. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for a center that's made a career out of playing center, and that's what you want him to play at the NFL level. He's proven a lot to himself in terms of confidence and strength and job requirements. I look at, there's an offensive tackle that's ranked in the top 10 that say he may be a little bit under, the kid from Miami, that his best position may be a right guard. Hire the person that's going to play the position that you're drafting them for. If you have a defensive end, then that's what he's going to play. I don't want a defensive end that you think that you can kick him down to defensive tackle, because defensive tackle is a very specific job requirement, like linebackers and everything else. So to me, set your sights on the position you want to play, and don't bring in projects at this time. The only project that you can bring into me is, you say that Ben Johnson thinks that this receiver has a really upside in terms of his talents to fit into this offense. I'm okay with that. But like I said, don't bring a guard and transfer him to center, and don't bring a center and transfer him to guard. Bring in a player that plays the position they play.
It is the era, though, of versatility, right? So especially on defense. So if you got a corner that can also, or a safety that can also be a nickel, are you okay with that? Or if you got like Shamar Turner, for example, he played inside, he can play outside. Maybe there'll be a very specific role for him in 2026. It'll be one or the other, yet to be determined. But this era of being very flexible and having the ability to do more than one thing maybe increases your value.
Versatility is different than job requirement. If I'm going to bring in a guy that's going to be a dedicated position player for a number of years, that's the player that he's developed in college, and he's developed those talents, and you bring him into the pro level. You're really lucky to have a guy like Joe Thuney, who is such a talented football player, fundamentally technique, that he has the ability to go out and play offensive tackle. Is that where he's made his Hall of Fame career out of? No, but he's been able to do it. The defensive backfield, you got to be able to do a lot of different things. You got to be a willing tackler at a cornerback. You got to be a coverage guy at safety. If you're playing in this nickel defense with a variety of different offensive personnel groupings that you see play in and play out, you do have to have a variety of skills. But when I'm talking about players, specific in this draft, there's talented defensive tackles out there, and the Bears need defensive tackles. And if you think that you're going to bring an undersized defensive end and he's going to slide down and he's going to be able to absorb powerful double teams on the inside against a running team, I don't think that's the case. I think you need to go out and get guys that have been playing their position for a long time.
Is any position off the board for you?
It's a good no. No, I'm not. I think there's talented players within this draft. No. Every position is open. And if you get now the advice after a year of Dennis Allen, you get the advice of Ben Johnson, you get the scouting staff that Ryan Poles has put together, that if you're in a room and you start this, not necessarily a debate, but you're talking about a player that's still on the board that you hold in high regard, then you got to keep him in consideration. You go out and you lose a guy like DJ Moore, you need another receiver to come in and fill that void. And you have a bunch of young guys, from Rome Odunze to Jade Walker to Luther Burden and the rest of the crew that are there. But, you still need a guy that can come in and play multiple roles and show that variety of skills at the receiver, where he can play all the different positions that Ben has assigned to them.
Yeah, and I think a guy like Khalif Freeman is going to become pretty important in that regard, too. Again, I brought this up when he was signed. If everybody thinks he's just here to return kicks and be a slot receiver every now and again, or take a end around, no. He can play the position. Ben trusts him, and he is a very serious football player who is an outstanding blocker in addition, so he's going to be playing.
Well, he's alpha by example.
Yeah.
That's the thing about these guys. They're alpha by example about what they've been able to accomplish up until this point in their career, and the variety of things that he's been able to do within his career to get the position and get the opportunity to come back and work with Ben. And I think that's really important on this team, and the culture change is alpha by example, and not just some guy that's a long-winded guy in the locker room or just, spewing all this stuff that really means nothing. When you have these guys, the TJ Edwards and that guys like that, and that I'm assuming Kobe Bryant's going to be the same way. You lead by example. I think that's really an important role that you need on this team.
All right, so you've done plenty of homework yourself. So on the defensive line or safety, those are two positions that obviously people are focusing on. My big thing is just don't force it. Let it come to you. That fact makes everything less predictable when you let it come to you. Let that board come to you.
Yep.
So if you have ideas on who you might want, there's more than one guy that you want. You hope you get the guy that everybody wants, but just don't force it. And I think when you do force it, that's when trouble lurks.
Right. And you want a guy that can be, you talk about interior defensive lineman. What is your path to disruption? Is it an Aaron Donald type of a quickness that you have so much concern on your double teams and your gap responsibilities because where he's lined up? Or do you have something like a Quinnen Wilson and stuff that Quinnen Williams that is so big that you have to have four shoulders attached to him? And those are the types of things that I think Dennis Allen can best describe to Ryan Poles and the scouting staff, what he's looking for out of that position specific. And, we'll see, how it goes.
When you're evaluating this, and we brought it up, I feel you can always get talent in the draft. It's not a bad draft. Everybody says, though, the top 10 is not, what it has been in other years. It's a discussion we'll have over the course of the evening. But when we come back, we're going to be joined by a big 7-0.
Oh, there he
strolling into the building. Braxton Jones will join us next on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's Maria.
And this is Ken at Family Waterproofing.
We're veteran-owned.
Family-run.
Here's how we work.
We show up.
We give you options.
And we repair it the right way.
If you've got foundation cracks, seepage, or a basement that just won't stay dry, we can help.
And now we've got something that makes it even easier. It's called Express Services.
If you already know what you need, you can book your project directly.
Less back and forth, less waiting.
Visit FamilyDry.com to learn about Express Services. Family Waterproofing. Your basement's best defense.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. 0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's draft day. To Hallis Hall, to Soldier Field. This is live coverage of the draft. And this is Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
And welcome back, everybody. Top of the hour. We'll get this thing going. The NFL draft from Pittsburgh with the first pick going to the Vegas Raiders. Jeff and Tom here. And our first guest of the night is the veteran left tackle entering his 5th season from Southern Utah to the big stage in sports, the NFL. Braxton Jones. How you feeling, Braxton? Thanks for the time.
I'm feeling great. Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
5 years deep. Went fast.
It did. It did go very fast. I tell people all the time, like, they're like, do you feel like you're 5 years in? I'm like, no, it feels like it started yesterday, to be honest. Like, I still feel like a young buck, but getting into those conversations of just becoming like a better leader and stuff like that are more apparent as you get into these seasons. So it's crazy, but I am beyond blessed by God to be in this position, and I truly give him all the glory, because if it wasn't for him, I would not be in this position. So
it's like you got your doctorate, you know, these first 4 years, right? You got your doctorate in NFL.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, it's crazy, because like you'd say doctorate, but I'm not even close to like knowing as much ball as I could, you know, and it's just a constant growth of learning and learning and learning, and that's what I'm constantly doing from even, you know, younger guys, and it's a blessing truly to be in this position. But yeah, it's still crazy to be like, yeah, I'm on year 5.
you know, you got a lot of people pulling for you. They're pulling for your success. You're a quality guy. Every time you get to the podium, you're well-spoken. And I think that's why a lot of people gravitate to you. But you brought up the word leader. And I'm the type of guy that I believe that your leadership role, it doesn't necessarily have to be nonsensical, you know, vocal, but you can lead by example. You can lead by education, by conversation. So do you place an importance in that role from where you've been and to where you're going?
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's a big thing to know when it's right to be that leader, and that's kind of the thing I'm learning. And I always try and go by example in terms of what I'm doing and how I go about my business. Like, that's been the thing from day one, and just something I had to learn in Southern Utah, just being an underdog all the time, is like, you just lead by example all the time. But learning for me right now is just, you know, leading and finding the right time to speak up and say something. And obviously when you're seeing mistakes or something like that, but right now we have such a great room that everybody is doing that. Even just in the early days of OTAs, everybody's already doing that, and it's awesome to see just a great O-line room like that makes sure everybody's good.
You know, I've always been a weight room guy too. And I've always kind of felt like Braxton Jones, the stronger he gets, the better football player he's going to become. So after your recovery from your injury, are you back? Do you have the ability to be back in the weight room and kind of lift up to the standards that you should expect from yourself?
Yeah, no, 100%. And it's been a big thing, you know, early on getting back into the weight room. And, like, that's obviously the key to my game and getting the legs stronger for sure. So, yeah, it's been great, you know, getting in there and getting the work ever since, you know, going through these injuries. So it's a big thing, and I take it very seriously.
Good.
Braxton Jones, our guest here on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network from the Bears Draft Party here at Soldier Field. Adoring fans
Awesome.
Giving you applause.
Yeah, I love that.
How would you frame this next road you're about to travel?
Yeah, I think it's just another opportunity. And that's all I need is an opportunity. That's what I came here on is a beautiful opportunity, and I'm blessed to have it. So it's another one to just prove not only to, myself, but just getting back and playing in a form of how I know I can play. And that's what this whole, last few months has been for me is just I got to dial back in and, go through your up and down days, but it's been pretty good so far, and it's been good getting back working with the guys so far.
To have a chance to play next to a guy like Joe Thuney and being coached by Dan Rochar, and you talk about the positive reinforcements of fundamentals and techniques. Have you had an opportunity to have conversations with them about the position and about what best fits your style of play with given your length and what your skill sets are?
Yeah, no, it's actually very crazy you said that first, because, we just had conversations the other day exactly about, obviously if you play like this, you'll be a lot, more efficient, Braxton, and those are the conversations we're always having, and playing towards our strengths, like we have to. It's the National Football League. Everybody is a beast out there. So playing towards your strengths and going towards your fastballs are a big thing. So having those conversations right now are huge, and, being next to a guy like Joe is incredible because he's all about the details and everything like that, and you can see it through his, preparation every day that I watch, and it's beautiful to see. So learning from him constantly and talking about technique is a beautiful thing.
We were all surprised at the time, but I guess in this day and age in the NFL, you can't be. When Drew Dahlman announced his retirement, Caleb McGarry did the same thing down in Atlanta. Other guys have been doing it. We look at it as just a handful of years in the NFL, but it's a challenging career, no question about it. How did you take that at the time, and have you reflected on it at all? Have you talked to Drew?
Yeah, no, he texted a few times, and obviously we've all kind of talked about it and stuff like that, but, very surprised, and, kudos to him. Like, he's a great player and everything, and I'm proud of him and the things he's done. But, the first couple of days, even the day, I was very, shooken up about it. And I just was like, man, that, came out of nowhere because, playing at the peak of his career, too, just great ball. And, but, I'll also say, when it's time, it's time. So, I'm just hoping his family well and everything and him himself. So I'm glad he can make that decision and move on with it. So it's cool to see.
For you getting ready to come back and then you take part in those post-game celebrations after the big wins this past year, you had to be walking with your feet off the ground knowing that this is what you're coming back to, and the whole culture change and the last-minute wins and all that. It's got to be exciting for you and kind of light that fire under you to keep Braxton going to the starting offensive tackle that he came into league as, and that's where he's going.
Yeah, no, for sure. It was a blessing to watch from the sidelines and watch what was expected of myself, and to see that, and where everybody has the expectations for this Bears team moving forward is in the building moving forward is amazing, and to watch that every weekend on Sunday was truly a blessing, and gave me a different perspective too for myself and just where I needed to be. And it was all good and good watching, and I'm just blessed I could do that.
What were you watching? How did you watch it from the sideline? Were you watching left tackle specific, or were you watching play call and everything else?
Most of the time, we're getting the play call, and then, I'm pretty much watching the left tackle for the most part, or Darnell too. I like watching Darnell too, and just going between the two, and then after that, once our job has been solidified, watching Caleb do.
Right. Oh, you had the bird's eye views. I know Ben doesn't want us looking back. He don't want you guys looking back, but it's hard not to embrace just how far that young man grew over the course of a season under a very demanding head coach that's asking a lot of him. and Caleb in turn asking a lot of himself to see what he did. And just to see him at the podium, we were talking about it before you got here the other day, just he's a different kid. You know, he's a different young man right now. Do you sense that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've always sensed that. He's always had a different nature about him that, you know, he just goes about his business a little differently than everybody. And you got to respect that. And that's a beautiful thing about this game is just watching somebody develop. I know, you know, people got to watch me develop and turn into, you know, a different young man. So it's cool. It's cool. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah.
So for me, are you comfortable with the terminology, the assignments, and all the language of the offense to hit the ground running as soon as you're back in your stance, that you're ready to roll, and everything that's said to you in the huddle, no matter what quarterback you're working with, you're solid on all your assignments?
That's a great question. I would say, just getting back into it. You know, I definitely would need some time, but I mean, it's been the same thing for, you know, 5 years. You're pretty good at picking it up once you get back going. But yeah, I mean, even a few meetings in, it's all starting to come back and things like that. Obviously, we're watching the ball in off season and stuff like that, but still picking it up, you know, fairly quick. But you know.
Braxton Jones, our guest here on ESPN 1000 on the Bears Radio Network. So 5 years ago, you had no idea where you were going to wind up, what round you were going to be selected in. As you reflect on that from Southern Utah, to all these players that, you know, doing research on them, some from towns I never heard of, and in a couple cases, schools I've never heard of that are putting their future in the hands of people who scout them and hoping they get an opportunity. What would you say to all these young men that are awaiting that opportunity here in the next 3 days? And if they don't get drafted, when they come as an undrafted player?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think just be patient. Obviously, can be a frustrating time because you have expectations, but when you put the expectations aside and to even be having your name talked about in these conversations is a true blessing. And so just be patient and, you know, it may be your time and it might not be. And, like, if it isn't, then there's going to be a plan. Like, God has a plan for whatever you have going. So those guys going through it, I wish them well, and it will be a great night. It will be a great few days for sure.
Do you take a look at it? I mean, are you interested in these things, or what's your weekend look like when it comes to the draft?
Yeah, honestly, you know what? I watch our picks for sure.
Yeah.
I definitely watch our picks. Other than that, I'm just kind of chilling. I'm not, you know, keeping track. Obviously, the first round's super cool to watch and everything like that, but I don't like stay completely
right.
tuned
So
in
if you had been a first round pick and you're in Pittsburgh tonight, you know, everybody's dressed to kill, right?
Yeah.
What do you guys call it? The fit, right? Everybody's got their fit. What would yours might have been? Now that you're 5 years in, what are you showing up in?
I'm pretty simple. Like, I'll definitely come dapper as I could, but I'm going to keep it simple. I'm not going to do nothing crazy. I probably wouldn't even be one of the – I saw earlier somebody had their family in their suit and stuff. Like, I wouldn't probably do that, but I'd come looking right for sure. But
you know, in the old days, not that far long ago, you know, when we travel on the team plane, it was suit and tie required. So it was a whole – not now. It's just, you know, whatever they give you to wear on the plane, right? Everybody looks the same. But, man, suit and tie, I mean, the DBs, they would be killing it.
But you're sporting Louis Vuitton glasses. I know you're not coming up that stage not looking sharp.
You know what this guy did? This guy, so he had to wear a coat on the plane. He cut off his sleeves on his long shirt. So
I don't blame you.
I mean,
I do not blame you.
That's what I'm saying. You come back to that old AstroTurf, you get elbow burns, you put on a shirt, and then you got big blood stains. But we got at one of our Letterman things in college, we got a sport coat. And I brought the same sport coat to every single trip I went on in 12 years.
Really?
I mean,
That's awesome.
but that's an offensive lineman mentality, right?
Oh, 100%.
So now you've been out of college long enough, and NIL is starting to be a topic. So are you finishing college at the same school you went to, or are you out there trying to look for deals?
Nah, I mean, yeah, I would.
Right. It's a lot has changed in the short amount of time you've been in the NFL, and we
were talking about it earlier. Like all the guys trying to get the NIL, they're kind of serving for the players that played between certain times, and it's just crazy the numbers they're throwing out there, and then even giving back to the players that are didn't get the chance to do NIL. So
I'll tell you, there are good things with everything, right? There's some things that don't turn out well. Some guys blow through the money right away. But I read one guy bought a 300 acres of land in Texas, and it's a deer hunting, and he opens it up to everybody. I think Mendoza just did one for multiple sclerosis because his mom has multiple sclerosis. So I mean, there's another guy opened a hair salon business. I mean, it's crazy. What as a college kid, I would have never had that kind of maturity to even know what to do with
the
it.
rookie parking lot sure has changed.
Oh my goodness. No, you're so right. Like they all have the cars already, and
What's the? We'll let you go just for fun. What's the first purchase you made with NFL money of significance? And unless you don't want to share.
No.
Anything nuts? Anything crazy?
I don't think so.
You're a simple man. You don't need much.
No.
You're an offensive lineman to the core.
No, actually, it was my car. It was my car. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I got a little Charger. Yeah. So
very good.
It was my car, but it wasn't like right after I got drafted or anything. It was like a year after.
Yep.
So
right.
I literally drove my. People will love this story. I literally drove my Volkswagen that my parents paid most of the money on, and I paid like $1,000 on it, and into the facility, and I believe it was Cody. He was like, "Man, you gotta get a new car." Cody Whitehair, yeah. He was like, "Yeah, you gotta get a new car. Yeah, you should do that." I was like, "No, I love this car, man. Like, it's cool." Like, I just upgraded it too a little bit before I brought it into the facility, and I had a new car the next year.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time. Best of luck in this next camp, and it's going to be an awesome thing for you to get back in the mix there for sure.
We're pulling for you, man.
Well.
Appreciate it. That's Braxton Jones, Big 7-0, joining us here at the Bears draft party at Soldier Field inside the middle of midway, the top of the hour, the start of the draft, around the corner here on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network.
Awesome.
ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Headed to a match at Soldier Field? The CTA is your best way to get to the game. $5 covers your entire trip, and with tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. CTA buses stop just steps outside the north side of the stadium, and the Roosevelt train station is a short walk away. Avoid the hassle of traffic or expensive parking. Let the CTA be your driver. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move. So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's draft day, and we are live from Soldier Field.
It's football's draft with your hosts, Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer
on ESPN Chicago.
All right, traveling music. We start the draft here at the top of the hour from Pittsburgh. They're raring, ready to go, and so are we. Braxton Jones kind enough to spend a good 20 minutes with us.
Very good guy.
Yeah, outstanding guy. It's going to be a heck of a competition.
Yep.
Second year in a row, it's going to be the story of training camp. You know, who wins that left tackle job, and there's a lot of competition.
You know, I'm not pulling against anybody, but I am pulling for Braxton just in his road to recovery. Some of the trials you go through when you end up getting benched, and then you got to get back right on that, right inside that competition. And I think Dan Rochar and his staff will do a great job of going out there and working with his fundamentals and his techniques and using what his body style is and what he can best do with that. And so, yeah, I think Braxton is an asset in that locker room.
How would you capsulize his career, and where do you feel his greatest strides can be made to secure that position? All right, we're going to Roger Goodell first to start our festivities tonight, I think.
I mean, are you really on the edge of your seat? With the first, welcome to Pittsburgh, everybody. With the first pick in the NFL draft, we go to Fernando Mendoza, who's in Miami with his family. And then he doesn't get a hug or does, show the jersey.
I think there's only
we have some audio
16 players, I think, are going up there. So, yeah, I mean, they're just starting the draft, so it's not the first pick just yet.
You know, you talk about Braxton Jones. You know, you got to think back about Braxton Jones. He came in and he started as a rookie. And there's a lot of times that guys come in as a rookie and they're not a starter, so you got a lot of time to eat and invest in the weight room. And I think that's when you make some of your biggest gains, both in body style and confidence. And so that's why I think Braxton Jones has had a lot of catching up to do since he's, in his career with injury and playing early.
Right, the great equalizer, the damn injury bug. Those are the
it.
things that are things you got to overcome. A lot of these guys in this draft, same story, a lot to overcome.
They have a fantastic medical staff up there. They got a great building. They work hard. The players, they have to be committed to their recovery. And to me, Braxton looked bigger sitting next to us.
Top and bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's where I wanted to see him to gain that leg strength.
No question about it. So you got Jedrick Wills. Let's talk about him first of all, because he's probably the most intriguing because of his pedigree. He's a first-round pick, and things didn't work out well in Cleveland. Injury, took a year off, healthy, and let's see what happens. It's a great roll of the dice to see if he can go back to what he was at Alabama.
Right, and I think when you go to Alabama and you face daily competitive practice competition, guys that are having successful careers in the NFL, you go out there, and whether you play for Nick Saban or whomever the head coach is, you go out there and you have physical practices, you have physical spring ball, and so you have that confidence built into you. And then the evaluation process of every scout that goes and looks at you and studies your tape and they have the opportunity and the luck to go stand on the practice field, they know what you're all about. And that's why the guy was drafted so high coming out as a college prospect. And if they do able to tap into some undeveloped potential and have a guy that can stay healthy and get his whole template and framework back in the right position, Jedrick Wills could really increase the competition like a first rounder.
And then I'm certain you'd be giving the similar advice to a guy like Theo Benedette. This is going to be his third year in the NFL. Hit that weight room as hard as you can, right?
Theo Benedette is interesting to me, Jeff, because I think he's a good enough athlete to play tall guard. And if you go in there and Jedrick Wills is out there and he's competing at a high level, if you really like what you're seeing out of Braxton Jones, you think next year if Ozzie Trapillo comes back and he's competing at the left tackle position. Then you got Theo Benedette, who could ultimately be a backup to Darnell Wright, or else he could, like I said, he could be that tall guard. He's a good enough athlete, and fortunately he's got some untapped potential in terms of technique and fundamentals that he needs to get on the practice field for a couple more years.
And athletically, an interesting choice as the jumbo tight end in those situations. And that'll be something that Ben Johnson, assuming he is active on those days, he'll utilize him. I mean, he can put some pressure on you with his athleticism, even going out on a pattern.
Listen, we talked about how interesting the jumbo package has become, and we talked about how interesting the fourth down call is. And it's a play that we used to just flush down the toilet saying, okay, if you're 4th or 3 or longer, bring in the punt team. Now the offense is looking to the sideline to see if they should come off the field or they're getting ready to send in another play to Caleb's headset. So
you would have loved it back in the day. If it was today's, would you as an offensive lineman?
Yes, of course I would have. You think you got 4th and 2, 4th and 3 with Walter Payton, and you have a running game with the strength that we did have, and you got a fullback like Matsui.
Oh, 4th and 1, you guys wouldn't need tush push because you're offensive line.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure. And then that's the thing about it is, the tush push, there's a lot of talk about Jason Kelsey. You talk about having a center like Hilge that is able to control individual assignments on his own, or he's able to, help out to his right and left that you need to in order to get that 1-yard push.
All right, so I got a question about Karan Amagaji. So he too battled injuries and just has not been able to get things going in the direction that he had hoped as a third-round pick, but he's on this roster. And do you have a position in mind for Karan Amagaji to compete for?
I would stick him behind Jonah Jackson, and I wouldn't move him. I wouldn't ask him to try to expand, up and down the line of scrimmage. Show me that you're capable of playing a variety of positions. Show me that you can play one position really well. And then he's another guy that has to have good fortune of staying healthy and being on the field. And I think Karan Amagaji is a super intelligent kid. He's got a really big frame, and if you go out there and you allow him to grow potentially behind a guy like Jonah Jackson in a right-handed stance where he's got his best balance, I think that he could go out there and really be an interesting guy to watch in training camp. And maybe he's the guy that you could feed a few more snaps in preseason games if he did show you that he had an upside.
All right, all that being said, should the Bears be interested in a tackle in this draft? I don't know what round that could be, even in the first round. I'm one that I don't care how many offensive linemen you have. I think you should draft one every year.
I agree.
I mean, I just want to load up because we know how this works. Injuries can hit you badly and a rash. And look, we had a retirement even. So are you on the same page?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that they went through free agency and got in a couple of defensive tackles that can come in here, and they got some nice signs that they have the athleticism, the burst, and the talent to be able to create competition on the inside. The offensive tackle is almost like the defensive tackle position for me. If you have a guy out there that's waiting to be drafted at the offensive tackle position and you think that he's built for strength and he's got a future in the league, then yeah, I'm all for it. It's the same way of looking at that defensive tackle. If you think there's a couple guys out there that may be not necessarily 25th pick in the draft, but that can come in here with the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th rounder and really develop into a big-time player, I'm okay with looking at that position as well.
So the Vegas Raiders on the clock here with about 5 minutes to go, 8 minutes between this year for the first time, so a couple of minute difference. The consensus is only 3 quarterbacks are going to be in the top 100. So maybe just the 2 in the first round, if, in fact, Ty Simpson is one of them. You got to go back to the 2016 draft when there were fewer than 3 quarterbacks in the first round. Happened, I guess, in 22 as well. 5 combined in the first round in 96, 97, 98. 15 taken in each of the 4-year periods, 17 to 20, 21 to 24. Next year, it sounds like a bonanza.
Right.
So I think that may have a factor on how teams deal this year in the draft. They may be trying to load up, and we don't know how they'll all be. This crop was supposed to be a great crop.
You know, there's been so much talk about the NBA and the tanking and what you can do to. So if that is so much, that's so hard to do in the NFL. Thinking, oh, you know, we can taper it back and look and kind of target one of these quarterbacks next year. That's probably the most difficult.
The Bears were a benefactor because of the way the Houston
Right.
Texans won a walk-off game. Remember that?
I look at the Raiders draft room and there's no Tom Brady and no Mark Davis. And, you know, are they sitting out, you know, off camera specifically? And I don't know why you have 4 minutes left in the Mendoza pick.
Well, because they start with the introduction.
Oh, it's baloney.
Come on. There's the guy. They had to introduce all the Pittsburgh Steelers stars from past years.
Well, no, I know, but they've been on the clock, and it's
yeah.
ticking down. It's 3 minutes and 43 seconds left. You've known what you're
What
going
if
to do.
somebody's offering them a bonanza trade? Tom, how about
Well, I would put pressure on the teams behind me by making the pick and starting their 8 minutes. Because right now what you're doing is you're getting this team that's picking second, you're giving them basically an extra 8 minutes when this pick should already be in. Pick is in. There you go.
Hey, Fernando Mendoza, 6'4", 3/4, 236. He's got excellent arm, no question about it. The impressive aspect of all of this is, you know, this was a number 2 recruit. You know, not much interest in Fernando Mendoza when he was coming out of school, and he's going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. So a big leap in a short period of time. Did have to deal, though, going to Cal first, and he had 4 or 5 different offensive coordinators in his years playing, something I cannot stand that happens in the NFL to these young quarterbacks, but it happened to him, and certainly by choice of going to Indiana in the portal. But, you know, there's positives to that, but to me there's more negatives in that. But he did definitely thrive in that RPO-heavy scheme there at Indiana.
Listen, when you go back and you listen.
And here we go, Commissioner Roger Goodell.
With the first pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
Field Yates.
All right, so Fernando Mendoza is, in fact, the number 1 overall pick. I really get a real interest from Matt Bowen, an ESPN local guy, went to Glenbard West High School. Obviously, we all know him, Iowa, NFL, and among the superlatives for best this, best that. Best deep ball in this class, Fernando Mendoza, timing, location, elite arm. He was 4th in the nation in 20-plus air yard throws, and the completion percentage of that at almost 54%. Best touch and timing of the quarterbacks. Plays in rhythm with pace and touch, can layer it. The back shoulder fade is big in the NFL. He's excellent at back shoulder fade. And then also the best decision maker and the most accurate. Had a very low off-target rate, Tom, 3rd lowest in the nation. A lot of in-breakers and crossers from the pocket on the money.
Yep.
But he had a lot of time to do it, and he had a center, and Pat Coogan.
I'm glad you said that.
A local kid that took care of a lot of the responsibilities at the line of scrimmage. So that's what he's going to need when he comes to the fast-paced NFL, and they're trying to pull your chain at every crossroad.
Long ball accuracy and all those type of complimentary things you say about a quarterback, it's all because he's got time. And I know you're playing in the Big Ten, and half the competition in the Big Ten isn't going to provide much of a threat to him in terms of being able to sit back there. Yeah, he does accurately deliver the ball. He is a great decision maker. But I just think that the way all that's going to be expedited when he gets his chance to play, that's why they went out and signed Kirk Cousins. They signed him not to be, a backup. They kind of want to introduce the system to Mendoza through Kirk Cousins. So when you're in meetings and you're talking about the installation of new plays, you're talking about the coverages that you're seeing, you have a guy there that has modern day experience to be able to tell Mendoza what he should be looking at and what he should be thinking. And I just think that was a smart decision by the Raiders, even though they knew they were going to draft him, to go out and bring Kirk Cousins aboard.
And they, of course, have a new head coach in Clint Kubiak, and that's going to be the play of the 90s, Tom. A lot of bootleg, a lot of throws off on the run, and that's essential. And he does do that well.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to with that offensive line. I don't think that you can have the consistency to have a straight 5 to 7 step drop back and sit in one position in one spot and think that you're going to be unhassled. The reason that you put that kind of questioning in the mind of a defensive coordinator is by having those bootlegs, rollouts, and those types of plays.
All right, we're going to take a break. Pick number 2 just ahead, and the draft now has officially started with the second pick. That's what everybody has been talking about. Everybody knew it was going to be Fernando Mendoza. Now we see what next for the next 3 or 4 to 5 picks. Will there be movement in the NFL draft? With Tom Thayer, I'm Jeff Joniak, live from the Bears Draft Party. You're listening to it on ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Sneezing, congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here. Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatment. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. You're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. And this is the place to take it all in. It's Draft Day. Draft Day. Draft Day. Draft Day. Our live coverage continues with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
Jeff and Tom back with you from Soldier Field. You're listening to the Bears Draft Show on ESPN at the Miller Lite Midway Draft Party. Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall from the Indiana Hoosiers to the Vegas Raiders. And the Jets have landed David Bailey, edge rusher from Texas Tech, 29 sacks and 44 tackles for loss, and a team that went 3-14 in desperate need for playmakers on defense for head coach Aaron Glenn, a defensive mind, Tommy.
Right, he can't get interceptions, but at least he can speed up the process of the quarterback to maybe throw some interceptions, because it's a team in last year in the NFL that did not have any. However, he is a really good pass rusher, and he brings a certain level of skill that now he has an identifiable piece at the line of scrimmage that the offensive coordinator, the offensive line coach has to be aware of. But then they also are going to open up other one-on-one opportunities to see if maybe they can convert a guy that Aaron Glenn has there as, a playmaker, a guy that can increase his production. But David Bailey, 4'5", 40, big guy, a good edge rusher. Hopefully, you can get 40 competitive snaps a game out of him in his rookie season, and see where it goes from there.
Get off is really good for him. Very good get off for that program. They had a terrific, they had a terrific program. A lot of ability, converting speed to power, which is one of my favorite things when you go right down the chest of an offensive lineman. Tommy, except for you, the speed to power is deadly, and that is a nice chess piece for Aaron Glenn to work with. The spin move, which has now become extremely in vogue for players, Tom, and I know you taught me how to handle a spin move, but his spin move is as dangerous as you're going to see.
Well, in order to have a spin move, you have to be able to initiate contact to try to get the offensive tackle susceptible to dropping his head and losing his body balance. And then you take that pressure off of him and you spin away. The guys in Indianapolis Colts, if you're an older guy and you remember those, They were as good
Mathis
at it.
and Freeney?
Yeah, Mathis and Freeney. Bruce Smith was great at it as well. So there's been guys that have made a career out of it. But
it should be in your toolbox as a change-up.
But it's not everybody can do it. It's like, assuming everybody that's in the ballet can do ballet as good as the next person. This is something that's a very ballet type of move. You got to be able to maintain your balance with power, spin in space, and then try to kind of bait the offensive tackle into leaning forward. So there's a lot of different elements that go into that move, and that's why you don't see every single defensive end out there doing it.
All right, so you told me the strategy from a fundamental point of view from an offensive line is just sit there and boom.
Walk with your hands.
Boom.
You got to walk with your hands. You can't become too aggressive. And as soon as he starts to spin, you kind of let him spin in space, and you almost turn him and twist him.
In our younger days, Aiden, you'll get a kick out of this. In our younger days, we'd go up to Hallis Hall after a game, and we'd go into Dean Pope's old room with the old couch there that Papa Bear Hallis used to sleep on, and Tom would pop in the tapes, and I'd learn the game. And then he went into a stance. How many times, I can't tell you. But, man, he would jolt me. He hit me so hard. Boom. I mean, he would knock you down. He thought he was still an offensive lineman beating up on a little guy.
Once an offensive lineman, always an offensive lineman.
We might need some evidence of this here.
No.
You're next.
Wait, he's got two new hips and a knee. I got a bad hip and a knee, so no, I don't think that would be a good idea. But, yeah, David Bailey. Just a couple other things. Bruce Feldman, I'm a big fan of his work as well. His Feldman Freaks, he was on that list too. A 405 bench at one time. Coming into the college game at a top speed of 22.16 miles per hour. We're big on this now, the mile per hour. They're charting that at the Senior Bowl. They have it on the screen or on the scoreboard, the fastest miles per hour per position throughout the week. Certainly at the combine when they're running their 40s. What's the top speed they hit during the course of the 40, whether it be the first 10, the flying 20, whatever the case may be. And do you have long speed? Do you finish faster than you started? All that stuff.
They do that stuff with all the NFL players as well. They have that attachable little piece that goes onto your shoulder pads or onto a harness you wear, and then all that data is collected. They find out how many miles that you run during the course of a training camp practice, and maybe will slow you down a little bit.
Here's Roger Goodell with the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love.
Wow.
Running back, Notre Dame.
Wow.
Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame. Aiden's just staring at me over here in stunned silence.
Me too.
Hey, some of the NFL folks would have him as the number one pick. if it wasn't for Fernando Mendoza and the only quarterback. He is widely regarded as arguably the best player in this draft. And we shall see at the running back position. I mean, the New York Giants are probably very upset right now because I truly believe that they wanted to fill that void left by Saquon Barkley and bring him in. So Jeremiah Love, man, when you guys were pointing him out over the course of the season, ripping off 60-yard touchdown runs, I couldn't stop watching.
Well, to me, I would be interested if Jeremiah Love was in the backfield with Kyler Murray, how explosive that backfield would be. But they bring Kyler Murray and send him off to the Minnesota Vikings. They bring in a new head coach, and they start that picks of that general manager, that new head coach with a running back. So it kind of tells you what kind of style of offense this thing's gonna. They're going to run it. It's going to be featured through the running back. But, who's the quarterback, Jacoby Brissett?
Well, for now, maybe it'll be Ty Simpson later. I don't know. I mean, they're trying to maybe maneuver that. But so what are your thoughts on taking a running back that high in the top 5 of the NFL draft, something that is not normal at this point in this era, but the running game is catching a lot of love nowadays. And same here in Chicago, of course, with Ben. But early 2000s, yeah, there were top 10 selections last year. Number 6, Ashton Genty, the highest since Barkley was number 2 in 2018. So a big move by the Arizona Cardinals, a 2-year starter and featured weapon in an explosive offense for Jeremiah Love.
Well, listen, if you're a special player, no matter what position you play, you're going to earn that top-tier evaluation. And that's what everybody has said about Jeremiah Love, probably the best athlete in the draft, but here he is, number 3 pick to the Arizona Cardinals. But he's kind of proven the point that the reason he's being picked so high is because he's been productive since he's got the opportunity to be a starting running back. And, they have Price at Notre Dame also. Are they going to have to get a counterpart there to make sure that they don't overwork him and put too much on his shoulders at this stage of his career and try to lengthen his career as much as possible? But listen, man, if you're special, you're special no matter what position you play.
Less than 200 carries last year. Less than 450 in his career, but you're blown away by the number. 6.7 yards a carry for his career, nearly 6'9" a season ago. And he can catch the football, Tom. Probably, and Matt Miller from ESPN wrote this, probably the closest thing to Reggie Bush entering the NFL in terms of that big, long speed and the breakaway when he entered the league. Would you say that's an okay comparison?
I do. Well, listen, remember when we were doing the New Orleans Bears game and Reggie Bush ran a wheel route against Brian Urlacher?
Yeah, waved to him.
Yeah, and he caught it and took it in.
Still
for a
mad
touchdown.
about it, Brian is.
But you're talking about 2 premier players, 2 guys, Brian being in the Hall of Famer, and what really they got out of Reggie Bush. So if you want to have some comparison and you're going to compare him to Reggie Bush and what he was able to do early in his career, he was one of the more productive running backs for where he was picked. And then you and I got to be on hand and watch some of his biggest play in his career.
Yeah, no question. He was lightning in a bottle. Only one of 2 draft-eligible FBS running backs with 300-plus carries the past 3 years. And parents, both military, now retired police officers. I always like to read that stuff, too, to see how these guys – so I think of discipline. I think of discipline right out of the gate from the time he was a little kid, I'm sure, Tommy. Interesting also, he was born premature, 3 pounds and 9 ounces. And he's now the number 3 pick in the NFL draft.
Well,
how about that?
I mean, he's lived a life of discipline. He was around a disciplined head coach in college football. He came from a disciplined college academic program, and I think that he's lived up to all expectations and lived up to the evaluation process that he's faced in the NFL. When you go back and you look at what he did at the Combine and everything else that he put on tape with that proof, that's why he's up there signing his own first professional card, number 3 pick in the draft.
4.36 his 40 and 1.53 in his 10. Also a state champion 100-meter as a sophomore back in high school. And the first Notre Dame player to win the Doak Walker Award, Tommy. And that's saying something because there have been some great backs in Notre Dame history.
Yeah, but obviously he's special. I was kind of thinking to myself, as I do, I was thinking, we were talking a little bit about it, the Mount Rushmore of Notre Dame in terms of the football program. And with all the other backs, the Jerome Bettises and Ricky Waters and the other types of guys that would fit into that conversation, Jeremiah Love is probably the guy that would be the running back of running backs at Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the fact, too, that he'll be working in a facility with a guy that's in a big year, okay? Marvin Harrison Jr. is really on the precipice of...
And they have a great tight end, McBride.
Great tight end.
In
Here's the next choice,
NFL
Tennessee.
Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Field Yates, player profile.
Wide receiver Ohio State from Carnell Tate had to wait his time at the most stacked wide receiver room in all of college football and had a great final season with the Buckeyes. He averaged over 17 yards per catch with 9 receiving touchdowns in 2025. And despite the fact that he ran just a 4.53 40 at the NFL's Combine in 2026, Tate has real big play upside down the field. He's amongst the most pro-ready prospects with his excellent route running and his reliable hands, as he had just 1 drop in 2025. While not a player that had a ton of chances to do damage after the catch, he makes life easier for any quarterback with his route running, reliability, and his hand strength.
All right, Phil Yates with the lowdown. Grew up in Garfield Park. This is a local kid. Attended Marist High School over there in Mount Greenwood neighborhood, and the Vanderbilt wide receiver coach at the time gave him his first scholarship offer, and that would be Aaron Moorhead.
Now receiver coach at the Philadelphia Eagles after winning a Super Bowl with the Indianapolis Colts.
And if you see Carnell Tate, if you followed his game, his mom was killed at age 40 in a drive-by shooting a few years ago, so he honors her by blowing a kiss to the sky after every touchdown. Now, her son is an NFL player, Carnell Lake, the latest choice. We're going to take a break. We'll continue here from the Bears draft party here at Soldier Field and the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years, and this summer they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. White elastomeric roof coating stops leaks and revives aged flat roofs. It lowers roof temperature by reflecting heat from the sun, helping you save on energy costs. And it's easy to apply with a brush, roller, or sprayer. Shop our entire selection of roof coatings today on Menards.com. Plus, check our weekly flyer for all of the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. When it comes to making a big decision, I believe in doing your homework and working with people you trust. That's exactly what you'll find at Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. No pressure, no unnecessary noise, just clear communication and a process designed to make you comfortable every step of the way. That's important to me, and I think it'll matter to you too. So, if a Buick or GMC is on your radar, I encourage you to visit Advantage Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8000000, and win with Wallner.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under? At the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges, you have 3 teammates to make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with food, drinks, prizes, and official merch. Sign up at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com.
It's draft day. Our live coverage continues with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back, everybody. ESPN Chicago's NFL Draft coverage brought to you by our good friends, Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. New York Giants on the clock at number 5 so far. Fernando Mendoza to Vegas, David Bailey, a Jet, and Arizona snags Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love. What a gasp from Tom Thayer at that point. And then Carnell Tate to Tennessee. So it was just a matter of, okay, so Arvell Reese. Sonny Styles, where these guys all would go in this top 10. And that'll be something to consider here.
I really think that Arizona changed the choice of Tennessee. I think Tennessee, wanted to go Jeremiah Love. And I think Arizona wanted to go Tate. You look at Tate, a little bit over 6'2". He's a big receiver. You talk about him pairing up with the guy in Arizona, the big receiver that's there already. Man, you talk about complementary pieces. It would have been nice.
Here's a nugget for you. So this will change things. The Browns are trading the number 6 pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah.
Wow.
To the Kansas City Chiefs. So maybe, I don't know what the Giants, if they're going to go to Styles or Kansas City, but Arvell, Reese and Styles, I would guess one of those 2 guys are going to be the next picks.
Well, that's what changes the direction of the draft is when you have the thing about it is Jeremiah Love is going to change a lot with the draft because they didn't know if he would go within the top 5 or maybe the top 12. And there he goes at number 3. And so all these other teams that thought guys would be gone already, man, they're still there.
What'd you think about the Dexter Lawrence move by the Giants?
It surprised me. It surprised me more that Cincinnati was willing to pay him, $28 million for 1 year. And I don't know if they'll get much more out of him after that.
Yes. He's got a 3-year contract worth $75 now.
Right.
So, yeah, they just tacked on the year.
Right. That's what I'm, going out and tacking on that year. And, will he still be super productive because he's coming off of an injured year that he didn't play that much. So I think there's a lot yet to be seen. He's a big guy, 6'4", 340.
Here's the New York Giants selection.
In partnership with the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, TAPS, one of the NFL's Salute to Service partners, we are honored to recognize the surviving family of United States Army Major Paul C. Volke. Major Volke sustained tragic, fatal injuries while deployed in Afghanistan. He is survived by his spouse, Tracy, and their 2 sons, Andrew and Benjamin. Major Volke was raised in the Hudson Valley and was a lifelong fan of the New York Giants, a tradition he proudly passed on to his sons. Volke family, take it away.
With the 5th overall pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese, linebacker from the Ohio State University.
Field Yates, player profile.
The most versatile defensive player in the 2026 NFL Draft is Arvell Reese from Ohio State. He has extensive experience as a stand-up inside linebacker, but in 2025, under defensive coordinator Matt Patricia, took on a more prominent role rushing the passer. Specifically, he had 97 pass rushing reps in 2025 with 19 pressures and 6.5 sacks. While Reese slowed down in the sack department later on in the season, he is still a gifted rusher with extreme explosiveness and check-the-box measurables. Whether he is utilized as a stand-up inside linebacker or as a pass rusher or a bit of both, there is no doubt that he has all the tools needed to be an instant impact player at the NFL level.
Well, they have a bunch of impactful defensive linemen there on the New York Giants. Whether he'll play at the linebacker position, which he was a hybrid outside linebacker in a Matt Patricia defense off a scheme. By the way, the Bears are going to play the Giants this year, so keep an eye on that. But a natural instinct guy, consensus All-American, the first since James Laurinaitis, his OSU position coach and the Big Ten linebacker of the year. And another top weapon, just 20 years of age, so he's an underclassman, but a complete football player. And a guy who played for Ted Ginn Sr., the same coach in high school at Glenville High School that our own Kobe Bryant played for there as well. So Arvell Reese, no doubt, has connections to Kobe Bryant. So a tremendous talent, tremendous prospect.
I think when you go and you get a guy that you want him to play as close to the line of scrimmage as possible, you know, at almost 6'5", 240, he's the type of guy that could have his presence immediately known by rushing the quarterback. You talk about him, being in a system and played a little bit of off-the-ball linebacker. That doesn't have a priority nowadays if you have pass rushing skills like Reese does. So I see him, you know, like they say, 2025 Big Ten Butkus Fitzgerald linebacker in the Big Ten. But, man, you know, he's the type of guy that John Harbaugh is a sack guy than he is off-the-ball linebacker guy.
Back-to-back, though, from the Big Ten with a first-round pick 25, our pick last year, Abdul Carter, who was their outside linebacker. And, of course, they've got Brian Burns, and they've got Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yep.
And so would this be a player that might get moved on draft day? His name has come up frequently in that regard.
Well, you know, I just think when you have the versatility of putting up a defensive front that has a variety of skilled rushers, then maybe you could take advantage of some of the teams that you play within your own division. You're still going to have to be able to stop the run first, but, you know, maybe there's a guy out there that they can dangle in front of other teams that maybe want to make a trade for a veteran, but it's always about the price and what you're going to have to pay in the future.
And, of course, Tremaine Edmonds, the former Bear, now patrolling the middle of that defense for the New York Giants. That trade that the Chiefs made to move ahead of Cleveland at the 6th pick. Browns get the 9th pick, the 74th pick, and the 141st pick. So I'm thinking a cornerback or Sonny Styles here for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, you put a young linebacker behind a guy, you know, of their defensive line, but their defensive edge rushers have to get better as well. And we talked a little bit about it when you look at Sonny Styles and you see that harness on his arm. I always have concern that an injury wearing a brace that it's already telling you that he has some type of issue with his shoulder. And if they went out there and did their diligence and they feel that confident that he can hold up to the abuse of the game, the abuse of that position, then, you know, maybe Sonny Styles, with what he did at the combine, got the attention of a lot of people.
On the Matt Bowen ESPN superlatives, Arvell Reese, the most explosive of the edge rusher / linebacker, chaos creator, explosive motor. Arvell Reese claiming that. David Bailey, the best spin and the deepest bag, meaning the toolbox. And what else from the first two guys? Yeah, that would be it right there. But We're at the NFL draft coverage here at Soldier Field. We're going to be talking to Jade Walker coming up here soon. Jade with a terrific rookie season with the Chicago Bears as an undrafted. Here's Roger Goodell and the Kansas City Chiefs.
With the 6th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Mansour Delane, defensive back, LSU.
Field Yates, player profile.
Mansour Delane made the most of his lone season at LSU as he was terrific for the Tigers. He has good overall size for the position and ran a blazing sub 4.40 40 during his pro day at LSU. Delane is a man coverage corner technician as he has great technique, very good ball skills as well. He's an extremely disciplined player overall and is willing to get involved in the running game. The past season at LSU was simply dominant. Quarterbacks posted just a 3.9 QBR when they had targeted a player being covered by Delane, and he had more interceptions too than completions allowed of 20-plus yards won during the 2025 season.
All right, thank you, Field. Mansour Delane, yes, a one-year starter, only the 14th unanimous All-American in LSU history, and the first since Joe Burrow. So they go defense. They needed corners. They've lost many here in the past couple of years. In 44 college games, 41 passes defended, 33 pass breakups, and 8 interceptions. He's an outstanding pro-ready press corner for the Kansas City Chiefs. We're going to break before we get your thoughts, Tom. Washington now on the clock at 7. This is the NFL Draft coverage from Soldier Field on ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle. Refined luxury, responsive handling, cutting-edge safety features, you'll find it all at Advantage Acura. Their team is committed to delivering a seamless, transparent experience from start to finish. At Advantage Acura, it's not just about putting you in a vehicle, it's about earning your trust. Discover the full lineup of Acura models at Advantage Acura of Naperville, or begin your search online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Another hospital bill from the accident and another letter from the insurance company.
Did you call them?
3 times this week. I keep getting transferred. Nobody will tell me anything.
Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Put down the bills, hang up the phone. We'll handle the insurance company, help you find the right doctors, and be your one call for answers. Injured in an accident? Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. No fee unless we win. Attorney advertising.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. $300,000 is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries, prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Plumbing disaster, power out, furnace or AC failing? These cannot wait, and neither should you. Four Seasons guarantees same-day installation with no extra fees for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call your trusted experts today to 866-4Seasons.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's draft day, and we are live from Soldier Field. Our live coverage continues with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
Field Yates, player profile.
Linebacker Sonny Styles from Ohio State has one of the most intriguing trajectories of any prospect in the 2025 NFL Draft. After beginning his college career as a safety, Styles made the successful transition to linebacker and still has incredibly uncommon size. While some know him as the standout of the 2026 NFL Combine, during which he ran a 4.4 640 at 6'5" and 244 pounds, Styles is much more than just a workout warrior. He has a quick trigger to read fast in the running game, has extensive range, and he was one of the most improved tacklers in all of college football. He had a 97.5 tackle percentage in 2025, third best in all of the FBS. On top of that, he had 21 pressures on just 127 pass rushing snaps over the past 2 seasons.
All right, thanks, Field Yates. Sonny Styles now the 4th new linebacker added to a 3-4 defense there in Washington here in the offseason with Odafe Owe, the former Charger, Nick Cross joining this team, Leo Chanel, and Caleb Chason. So Sonny Styles, he mentioned the combine performance. It was epic. Number 1 or tied for first in the 40, the 10, the vertical, the broad among linebackers, and the 43.5 vertical, the highest by an off-ball linebacker since 2003. And that, of course, means explosion.
Right. You know, the thing about it is the first thing that you're going to have to do as an off-the-ball linebacker is being able to deflect blocks of the offensive linemen, the tight ends, and the running backs. And if you can do that, then you can be in position to use your athleticism to make plays. You're not always going to get that freedom that you did in college where you were playing against an overmatched offensive lineman just because of your length and your athleticism. But he's the type of guy that you can really work with the configuration of your front 7 defense and give him a little bit more freedom and maybe even change the style of your defensive line where they do enough to distract offensive linemen so they don't get up to that second level as quickly, and then he can use his speed to go out there and make plays because he can make them 53 yards wide. He can make them sideline to sideline and run as well as any offensive player.
All right, this is high praise, but Daniel Jeremiah says it reminds me of Fred Warner. The middle linebacker is outstanding, headed to the Hall of Fame. Yes, as good as you can get. Quick fix with sideline to sideline speed. And, of course, the son of a former NFL linebacker, Lorenzo Styles, who won a Super Bowl ring with the 2000 Rams. And his brother, who may not be a draft pick, but 6th or 7th round, former wide receiver trying to be. He was a wide receiver at Notre Dame. Now he's trying to make it as a corner in the NFL.
Well, I like his nickname. I mean, Sonny Styles. The reason he's called Sonny Styles, right. They call him that after James Caan character as a hot-tempered character in the movie The Godfather. So it's fun that the active role his mom and dad has taken in their development as athletes and the type of people they became because their upbringing, they deserve a lot of credit because it seemed like both of these guys, the Style brothers, were both focused and intentionally developed to become professional football players. Now here you are, 7th pick in the draft, and this guy put on a show at the Combine that may be unequaled for a long time to come.
Yep, 4 defensive players in the last 5 picks to start our first round with the New Orleans Saints on the clock next.
A lot of tackles out there, Jeff.
Yeah, they said that 7 of them would go.
Right.
7 offensive linemen would go in the first round.
1 being the guard out of Penn State.
So what do you think that will happen then?
Yeah, I do. I just think when there's going to be teams out there that may be drafting from 14 to 25 that didn't think one of these tackles would be available to them. But now here it is. You get the running back that goes third pick in the draft, and things start to shift and bodies start to move.
All right, Tyler Shuck, the quarterback at New Orleans, an older prospect who got the opportunity, didn't start right away, and really did a heck of a job. Bounced around to so many different colleges. He was a big story last year at the draft. Do you believe he's a long-term answer of the Saints, or you just don't have enough evidence of that?
Yeah, they brought in a new head coach last year. They, started to implement a new style of play. But Shuck, if he stays healthy, yeah, he can play. He's being the head coach there is a former quarterback himself. So I think he's got the capabilities, but in terms of age and athleticism, if you can upgrade that and give the width of your offense a little bit more of a threat, it's hard to deny that someone could be out there for you.
A 6-11 team last year finished last in the NFC South. This is the Bears draft party at the Miller Lite Midway on the west side of the stadium. We're waiting.
Were you thinking that New Orleans was going to pick Ty Simpson?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Arizona. There was always talk that they would like him too.
Yeah. Okay.
But it'll be interesting to see what that player will be. One that somebody's going to trade up for, I would feel.
You do?
I do. I just have this sneaking suspicion.
I think they're just going to wait to see how long he falls. And there's been a lot brought up about Aaron Rodgers when he sat in there thinking that he was going to go number one and didn't go until the early 20s to the Green Bay Packers. It could be the same scenario here, and they I don't know if I don't think they believe that Simpson has any similarities to a guy like Aaron Rodgers, but you think of that, how these quarterbacks can sink.
I'm just, as we alluded at the top of the hour, just very concerned about the number of starts. Again, he doesn't have to play right away wherever he goes. That shouldn't be the case.
Right.
Like we've seen that story written so many times, and the ending is typically not good. With that minimal amount of snaps in the NFL, that's for sure. All right, so the Bears sitting at 25, inching towards that here tonight. 8 minutes between picks. It's moving along rather well. We got a nice crowd. Everybody doing okay out there? Can you hear us okay? Just give us a yell. Let us know you're live. All right, you are. Hey, how many of you were here for those great finishes at the end of the year? They made some noise.
Yeah, they did.
You guys know you rocked the stadium literally. Like that was not normal. The stadium moving, but that was something.
I've been in this stadium my whole life, and I've never seen the way that this crowd brought this stadium to life, and it affected the players on the field. Yeah. They were inspired, and they wanted to come back because of it.
All right, we're going to take a break before the Saints get on the board here. We're at the draft here in Chicago's Soldier Field along Chicago's beautiful lakefront. This is ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294 0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's draft day to Hallis Hall to Soldier Field. This is live coverage of the draft. And this is Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
Snap back, blitzing Campbell. Williams in a tight pocket, throws deep into the end zone. Joniak Walker, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Against the blitz, stays in the pocket, and rifles a beauty to the rookie out of Texas A&M. Joniak Walker with a touchdown. And remember, right, folks? The young man from Shaker Heights, Ohio, ready to start his second year in the National Football League, and a number change. He's going big.
Yes,
he's going punky QB.
Yeah, he's going
number 9, everybody. Joniak Walker, why the change, buddy?
I wore 9 in in college, sorry. And that's just the number I've had since college, so I just felt like I needed to switch. And I asked Ben, I'm like, Ben, can I please change tonight? He was like, I'll see about it. You know how Ben, he was like, I'll see about it. And then, 2 weeks later, he texted me. It was like, he said, you can switch. And then I called everybody I knew. And I just told him, I'm like, I'm switching to 9. I'm switching to 9. Save your money. Don't buy the 20 jersey no more.
Wait, let me just get this in. Wide receiver, Jordan Tyson, just picked by the New Orleans Saints, 8th overall to join Chris Olave and the gang. You follow these guys, Arizona State kid, brothers of Cleveland Cavalier, where you grew up loving the Cavs.
Oh, yeah. I'm really excited for him and the opportunity he gets to showcase his skills. And I'm really excited for him to get going in the NFL for his first year.
Did Tony Medless say anything about you wearing number 9? Because Tony's been around for a long time. He's been around since my days.
I asked him first, and he was like, you better ask Ben. I was like, all right, I guess I got to ask the head man.
You know, Jade, you come into a team, they got a new head coach, they're implementing a new offense. You come out and you have a really eye-catching, successful preseason. How did you practice patience and improvement from the time that preseason ended to you started getting your first action?
Just the preparation. Case really started for me by starting us with walkthroughs before practice. And after that, I just took that and ran with it. I did walkthroughs by myself sometimes. I just feel like the preparation really prepared me for the games.
You know, I see the dance that Jeff was describing after you made the catches. Really pretty damn good stepping. Do you have handshakes? Because I see a lot of young players that come out, and they have a variety of handshakes with different teammates.
Yeah.
How many do you have, and how do you invent those?
Me and Caleb actually invented ours playing 2-ball in the locker room. We were just, we were hyped that we kept winning, and we just came up with a dap. And then the receivers, we all got one, and then it obviously spread through the whole team. I do it with everybody that I see now.
Well, the one that surprised me the most is Josh Allen. I see him come out in introductions before a Buffalo game, but he's got a different one for 8 or 9 different guys.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I want to know how you guys remember all the moves.
True.
It's like a playbook.
Nah, facts, it is, for sure. But the most of them we all got with each other, so it's easy to remember. We do it every day.
And by the way, that dance is just not a dance. If I got this correct now, it's the Juby slide?
Yeah,
The Juby slide.
Yep.
Do we know what this means? What does Juby mean?
I guess it's a guy on TikTok named Juby. He invented the dance, so it took me 3-4 months to learn it, so I wouldn't be surprised if it takes.
Is it a keeper? Is this going to be is this going to be your go-to every time?
Yeah, for sure. I got a different varieties of Juby slides that I got in my bag, but I'm gonna pull those out later.
All right, very good. Let's get this pick in with the Cleveland Browns. They traded with Kansas City from 6 to 9.
the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano, tackle, Utah.
Field Yates, player profile.
Spencer Fano, right tackle from the University of Utah, is an experienced 3-year player who has played both left tackle and right tackle at the collegiate ranks and has a chance to maybe even be amongst the most versatile offensive linemen in the NFL. He is an extremely fluid and athletic offensive lineman who, along with the rest of the Utah offensive line, dominated in the running game in 2025. However, he is also, Fano, one of the best pass protectors in the entire class, allowing a pressure rate of just 1.1% in 2025, with 0 sacks allowed as well. Fano lacks prototypical offensive tackle length, as he had just 32 1/8-inch arms at the NFL Combine, but whether it's at his current home at right tackle or somewhere amongst the 3 interior offensive line positions, NFL personnel are confident that Fano has the goods to be an excellent pro.
All right, so up next, the Giants for their second pick. So when you hear scouting reports like this, I don't know, when you were, last year at this time, you're wondering where you're going to go. I don't know if you ever read reports about you, and they're big into what you do 40-wise, obviously, but also arm length and everything else. Mm-hmm. Did you ever look at that stuff, number one?
No, not really. I knew I had pretty good measurements and all that. Measurements was off the chart, like hand and arm length and all that, but I was really trying to showcase my skills at the pro day.
Yes,
yeah.
and you did. And number two is, though, what they can't identify is heart.
Oh, yeah.
You can see character on the field. Mm-hmm. You can see effort, and you bring all that together. I want you to explain even further how you handled last season. Your approach was almost like a veteran, like the way you invested yourself time-wise, because you came into the league undrafted, but it didn't matter because you believed.
Yes, sir. Well, one, I would say DeAndre Swift, we were always like, if I see him in the locker room before me, I'm like, dang, how did he get here so early? And I used to always try to beat him. And every time I wake up, I'm like, Swift probably already there. Swift probably already there. So I was always trying to beat him. And just seeing how he goes about his day and how he's a pro, I try to mimic all the preparation and just taking care of my body and stuff, just like how he does, and just that. And then draft-wise, I just let it fuel me for real. I watched every day. I kind of knew, like, when they got to the 6th or 7th round, I kind of knew I wasn't gonna get drafted, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna just weigh my options out and then see who called my agent, and he gave me 3 teams and he gave me the Bears. And I was like, I'm gonna go with the Bears. New head coach, new system. Everybody got to learn a new offense. I said, let me go there, because everybody at square one for real.
Jade, when you got to be around Antoine Randall a little bit, because he grew up here, we knew about him growing up in Illinois high school, in the production he had in college and in the pros. How did his personality match with you? How did you attach to that? And how did he affect your first year in the NFL?
Coach L was amazing. Like, it's so good having a coach that actually played the position and just how well he succeeded at it. Everything he says, he's a player's coach. He always asks for feedback. Whenever we come up to him, he always take it. He don't take it with a grain of salt. He always like actually listen to us. So that helps a lot when you have a coach like that. And I love.
Did you ever
Coach
YouTube
L.
his stuff?
He said what?
You ever YouTube his stuff?
YouTube what?
His career.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, this was a dude.
Coach Hightower, he used to show us L's highlights all the time, just punt returning and all that. And we was like, yeah, L was like that. He had it for sure.
Did he explain that he needed you to play a variety of wide receiver positions, or did he start with one, want you to perfect that, and then grow from there?
Definitely, he was like, learn X. He was like, you better learn X first, and then the other ones I just learned as the season went on. But, yeah, he wanted me to learn X.
How much would you say the importance of, and just by happenstance, or maybe it was a determined, really targeted idea, to put your locker next to the starting quarterback, Caleb Williams, and what that did for you and your relationship with him? Because every time I walked in there, you guys were having fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, first off, our locker started in the middle of the locker room because there was so many of us, and they had all the rookies in the middle. So when we finally got all the lockers out, like in the middle, and we like closed it down to 53 people. I saw a locker open over there, and there was another locker they put me at. I went to Tony. I'm like, please, just put me over there. Like, please. Like, I was begging. I'm like, can you please just put me over there by the quarterbacks? And, he was like, why? Why you want to do it? I'm like, just please, Tony. And he ended up doing it.
And why did you?
Just because those got to be my best friends. Like, all three of them are my best friends, and I just love bonding with them, and it's just good. It's a good side over there.
Who were you next to?
You said I was next to Tyson, Caleb, and then.
No, before you moved over by those guys.
I think it was me, Kyle, and JP. Yeah, we were all in like the same little cubby, and then Luther and Colson were behind us on the same cubby.
You know, when I got to the Bears, the rookies used to dress in the basement, and it was kind of like earning your opportunity to get into one of the solid lockers. Sure. A lot like what you faced last year when you got those middle lockers. Right.
And they were wooden too. Like, it was no cushion. It was no cushion on those.
It's an amazing feeling, though, isn't it? When you go through a hard training camp like Ben made you guys go through last 100%. Year, in that when the season starts, you earn a game day jersey in there.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, so what's your vision for 2026 now that you got your feet wet in the National Football League, made some big plays, good special teams work, but you had to earn every rep, right? You had to earn every rep, and you know everybody's thinking, okay, what are the Bears going to do without DJ Moore now and the veteran influence? But you and JP, for that matter, let's not forget him on the practice squad. Do you have a vision for yourself for this season?
Oh yeah, for sure. Just going in and putting my head down and working. Last year was last year. Really don't mean anything for me, for real. At this point, I'm starting fresh just like everybody else. So I'm starting from square one, and I'm proving myself again this year.
It seems like Ben's the type of guy that you got to prove yourself 100%. Every practice and every year. Yeah. But I think that really helps you become the ultimate player you can become because of, you know, his job requirements, and then having a guy like Antoine Randall that can come in and know how to get the best out of you because he's got playing experience.
Yeah. Definitely being undrafted, you don't get a lot of opportunities in practice. So every ball that was thrown to me, I'm like, I have to catch this. Like, there's no other way. Like, I have to catch this. And just taking advantage of my opportunities, that's how I got my shot.
The center that I played next to was an undrafted free agent and became a 7-time Pro Bowler and hopefully a future Hall of Famer. So I think you can dictate your own effect and intentions and accomplishments by what you do on the practice field and in the games.
And it's definitely hard mentally, for sure, just watching. But I was just taking mental reps, and everything that other people was messing up on, I was just writing it down in my notebook, like, do not do this. Make sure your third step, make sure 2-step at top. Like, I was making every coaching point from not even me, just anybody that I seen. And when I got my shot, I was just trying to perfect.
Good for you.
Chicago's new number 9, Jade Walker, our guest here, as the Bears draft party rolls on. Dallas has just moved up to 11. Miami deals them that pick, so they're looking for defense. I would think somebody like a Caleb Downs or maybe even Ruben Bain might be their selection. So because of you, Jade, so all this research I'm doing, you know what I do? I put a special little medal on players in college that get a heavy dose of special teams. Because it is a path. If you're not going to get drafted high, if you're going to be undrafted, you got to play special teams. If you're a backup receiver, you got to be on special teams, and you were outstanding at special teams at Texas A&M. How important do you think that was to get you on the radar? Beyond, because you didn't have that much time at the receiver position at a Division I, right?
Yeah, I would say a lot of people don't want to do it. Like, you gotta be able to attack special teams. A lot of people just want to get through special teams, and my mindset was, if they don't want to do it, I'm gonna do it to the best of my ability, and I'm gonna do it better and more effort. So that's gonna get me seen somewhere. And AC, my guy, like, I got with him. I used to be in his office down there every day, just asking him questions, trying to pick his brain, and that's how my relationship got going with the special teams unit.
And, you know, you were great at blocking kicks, so what's the key? What's the key to blocking kicks?
I would just say shoot your hands low. I had one in preseason. I kind of shot my hands too high.
You keep going. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's get to the commission.
2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Caleb Downs, defensive back, Ohio State.
Field Yates, Player Profile.
In just 3 years of college football, Caleb Downs established himself as a dominant player in 2 of the most prestigious programs in college football history. After spending a year at Alabama, he finished up with 2 at Ohio State, during which the safety helped the Buckeyes to a national championship during the 2024 season. He had exactly 2 interceptions in each of his 3 college campaigns, being utilized as both a box safety and, more occasionally, a deep middle of the field safety. While he may not have dominant size, Downs packs a ton of punch within his frame and is a tone setter with his physicality that can play in any scheme in the NFL.
Phil Yates, Caleb Downs, another Ohio State Buckeye. So that's 4 of them in the first 11 picks to the NFL draft.
Arvell Reese, where'd he go?
Arvell Reese was selected by the Giants at number 5.
Okay,
so,
yeah, that's tough.
so now being in the SEC, did you face Downs at Alabama, or was he already at Ohio State?
I was hurt that Bama game, so
Okay.
I didn't play that game. But Arvell Reese, he's from my city, so I know him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, growing up.
Yeah, he was same school as Kobe Bryant.
Yep, yes, sir.
At Glenville High School,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So, yeah, we know these schools.
Yep.
You were at Shaker Heights. Did you ever play those guys?
Nah.
Even, how about in
Different
basketball? Because you were,
Maybe
were you AAU?
Yeah, maybe AAU, but yeah, I didn't really, I really didn't get a chance to play those guys at all.
Who's the best basketball player you ever faced in AAU that now is maybe in the NBA or?
He went to St. Vincent St. Mary. I forget his name.
LeBron James?
No. It was a dude. It was
playing with
comparing them. They wasn't comparing them. But he plays for the Spurs, I think, now.
Okay,
But, yeah,
okay.
He was definitely tough.
Yeah, and you were a small forward?
Everything.
Mr. Everything?
Yeah, I was everything.
You have a good dunk?
Oh, decent.
You know, you're an artist. You're an artist. You're a dancer.
Yeah.
You're a dunker.
I'm a sharpshooter for sure. I pull from deep range.
So there's a basketball hoop in the locker room. Tom, you haven't seen this, but these guys attack that thing like it's a playground, right? Like, who decided to do that? Because it hadn't been in there before.
I don't know, but I just remember the first day it got in there, I was just in there just crafting, working on my craft.
Crafting.
Like, what are you doing here so late? I'm like, I'm just crafting, bro, just trying to get better.
I tell you, it gets heated in there. Some of those Darnell Wright, he likes shooting from the corner.
Yeah, for sure.
Darnell Wright.
100%.
So you're speaking about crafting. What do you got crafted up then to improve your space, your technique, your ability on this football team this year? What are you working on? What did you work on in the offseason? And how was that trip out to USC with the guys?
Oh, the trip was fun, but mainly what I worked on was just get my core right, get my hip mobility more, just hamstring flexibility, just a little stuff like that that I feel like can improve my game a lot. And I was working out with this guy named Goldfeet. He out in Florida, so yeah, he definitely be getting us right for sure. I'm gonna go back down there in June. Work out with him.
Are you the type of guy that wants to get stronger, or do you feel?
Oh yeah, I picked up some muscle mass on my DEXA scan. Yeah,
attaboy.
Yeah, for sure.
Roll those sleeves up and start showing the guns.
Nah, for real.
Yeah, you probably haven't had a lot of body fat on you anyway.
Nah.
Are you in the under 10% game?
Oh yeah, for sure.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, when you come into a facility like what's offered to you out in Lake Forest and that Bears facility, were you as impressed with it as going, oh my God, this is a NFL campus, not just a practice facility?
Oh yeah, for sure. I was at A&M though. They got a good facility too.
Yeah, you're right.
I went to the Bears. I'm like, wow, this is really nice. Like, it's always good just coming to a different scenery. You know, like the cold tub, hot tub, all that is like sauna, steam room, everything is perfect. Like, I utilize everything.
Was your weight room at A&M bigger than the one that you have at Lake Forest? Because it seems like the college programs with over 100 kids, man.
Yeah, A&M, their weight room was huge, but I feel like it was probably the same. Lake Forest might be a little bit bigger. Yeah. But yeah, A&M, it was nice for sure.
You and Schmart Turner, Tate?
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%.
Yeah. How's he doing, man?
He doing good.
I look at him as I look at him now as a draft pick for this year because his year got derailed because when he comes back, he has a healthy year. 100%. That's going to be like an impact draft pick.
100%. He's a dog. Like, he's a dog.
Yeah, I got high expectations for him because I think he showed the skill where he can be effective outside, but he's got the size and everything to play inside. So I'm really excited to see him have a healthy year.
Yeah.
And
seeing him at A&M was crazy. Like, we couldn't get a pass. Like, we couldn't get a pass off, bro. We had 3 first-round D linemen. Every day it was like our quarterback was scrambling for his life. I'm like, bro, can we get a pass off, please?
Hey, is it Jimbo Fisher? It was Fisher.
It was Fisher, then Elko.
Yeah, Fisher, though, he brought in 5-star defensive linemen. So they were competing and fighting for it.
Definitely.
Okay, offensive lineman coming off the board. Caden Proctor from Alabama joins the Miami Dolphins at pick 11 after a trade with the Dallas Cowboys. So, Tom, 3 straight offensive linemen, so here we go. It's a run on offensive linemen. Tom loves offensive linemen. I don't know if you know that.
100%.
Yeah, but this is a big dude right here.
8 and 9.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how you get around a guy like that with that kind of body, but Caden Proctor, now a member of the Miami Dolphins. And up next is the LA Rams, and this will be an interesting choice as well. All right, Jade, we're going to let you go. Appreciate your time. I know you got some other things to do here. The new number 9. Can't wait to see you back on the field up at Hallis Hall. Thanks for everything, buddy.
I appreciate you.
Jade Walker, everybody. Chicago Bears wide receiver will continue here from Soldier Field, the Bears draft party on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network.
ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Spring is sprung, and savings are in full bloom at Menards. Visit Menards Garden Center for everything you need to get your garden growing. Choose from hundreds of beautiful, colorful flowers, lush trees and shrubs, and everything in between. Menards Garden Center is back in bloom. Stop in today to get your garden on. Check out fresh deals happening now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Borrow what you need when you need it with a home equity line of credit from Republic Bank of Chicago. From home improvements to unplanned expenses and everything in between, rest easy knowing we've got you covered. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of 20 locations to get started with your Republic Bank home equity line today. Subject to credit approval. Property insurance required. Contact us for current rates. Equal housing lender. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up, it's J Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's draft day, and we are live from Soldier Field.
It's Football's Draft with your hosts, Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on
ESPN Chicago.
All right, here we are moving through, getting close to the next pick of the LA Rams, their first round pick since 2021. Not many.
Right. You know,
they just accumulate picks now.
One thing about Jade, I really have high expectations for that kid. He looks great. He's big. He's physical. He was super impressionable last year during training camp. And with DJ Moore moving on and Ben Johnson being here and him year 2 in this system,
it's an opportunity.
I think there's an incredible opportunity for him to have Chicago Bears success.
And plus, yes, there's a lot on him to get better. But the quarterback is in a place now where he makes everybody else better too. So keep an eye on that. You think about some receivers, you know, the name that popped into my head is Donald Driver. Brett Favre made Donald Driver a terrific player over the course of his life. There's others that were with the Green Bay Packers in that regard. But what Jade is, he loves the game.
Well, that's
the key.
For him individually, for showing up there early, having the opportunity to work for Antoine Randall inside of this Ben Johnson offense, having the relationship with Caleb Williams and Tyson and the rest of the quarterback case. I just think that, you know, you don't find these guys very often, especially in the free agent market, and I really have high hopes for him.
Yeah, and, you know, the whole first in, last out thing, that's him.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he is on the practice field to the bitter end with Caleb, getting extra reps in.
That's cool.
And it's a big number. It's a big number of reps, and he probably learned a heck of a lot from DJ Moore as well, and now that's been digested, and he can now emerge in his in due time, right?
Well, you got to realize the impression that makes on everybody in the building when you got a guy that you don't have to wait for him to get there. You know he's there.
Exactly. The LA Rams at 12, catching up a little bit here before we get the next pick. We'll just start with the Cleveland pick, Spencer Fano, because I want to talk about offensive lineman from Utah. Franz Masarinoa goes to the Giants, and Dallas picked Caleb Downs after a trade, and then Miami, Caden Proctor. So the LA Rams on the clock now. Reuben Bain sitting there is already getting the shots. Okay, why hasn't he been picked yet, right?
Exactly.
You know? But there is all sort. Mekhi Lemon has been a player that has been often spoken of with the LA Rams, another weapon for Matthew Stafford. And the one thing about the Rams, they go after it every offseason. They are not worried about draft picks. You've heard the whole conversation about it. They don't attend the combine. They don't do it like everybody else.
Well, they got a big money owner. They got a high price stadium. You're in the middle of LA and star country. And LA kind of builds a reputation on what they have surrounding them in terms even in the high profile.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson.
Wow.
Quarterback, Alabama.
There you go.
Wow. Ty Simpson is off the board.
So no Field Yates because they didn't have it locked and loaded, right? Because now there was rumors of this. But to have it come to fruition in this regard is somewhat fascinating. So Ty Simpson, the 12th pick in the draft. That's right. You heard it here first. So the 15th, I mean, perfect place for him, honestly.
As long as Matthew Stafford's back holds together. Matthew Stafford did not participate in training camp last year because of a bad back, and that's not always a certainty that part of the body is going to hold together.
The perfect part is where I was going was it's with Sean McVay. And Sean McVay will take his time with this quarterback, and he will get the most out of this quarterback. I'm certain that this is a really good landing spot for this quarterback. That is the big wow. So this alters the draft, you know, now 13 picks away from the Chicago Bears because some things have happened here. There's some defensive players still on the board. It's going offensive heavy here now as the defensive – the thought maybe have been that it was going to be defensive heavy, and it's starting to turn into offensive heavy. So you do the math and you do your summarizations of this, Tommy, and where your head's going.
Well, you think of two guys like Mekhi Lemon and Ruben Bain. There's Ruben Bain that's all about the short arms, and Mekhi Lemon, it's there's some attitude issues that they've talked about in the past. So you don't know if that message has gotten around the NFL, and some people are a little reluctant to go in there and pick a guy that they feel that could really come in here and be an explosive playmaker. That he's already put on display in college. So you have to see where that goes. And then everybody believing the short arm system. I don't believe in that. I don't think it's something that a player, they should be concerned about. I don't think it'll affect what type of player he can be. And we'll see what happens with Ty Simpson.
Ty Simpson, some of the best passing mechanics, even though it's a small sample size, with a firm pocket, pro-ready mechanics, sinking feet, upper body, NFL-type throws. The analysis from Matt Bowen. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Austin Booker will join us here at the Bears draft party at Soldier Field inside the Miller Lite Midway on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. And this is the place to take it all in. It's Draft Day. Draft Day. Draft Day. Draft Day. Our live coverage continues with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
snap is back. Four-man rush with a stun. Everything bottled up. Shanders backing up, in trouble. Gonna have to roll to the near side. Booker got him. Booker got him down. He tried to run away from Austin Booker. His second sack puts the exclamation point and a fade to black. I don't remember what game that was, but it was a. Hey, I just told this man right here, everybody. This is a vicious defensive lineman who does not stay blocked and never quits on a play. So, Austin Booker, ready for year 3?
Yeah.
Ready to roll?
I'm super excited. Appreciate you having me on.
You got a lot to unlock, right? It's just been building for you. What's the next level for you, like in terms of what you're getting ready for in Dennis Allen's defense?
Put together a full season and get as many sacks as I can, 10 plus. So that's my goal.
No question. By the way, Baltimore just chose Vega Ioane. He is believed to be the top guard in the NFL draft. Like Baltimore, they just kind of on the line of scrimmage, they just fall into these guys, I guess.
Well,
he was the 13th pick.
They got rid of their center. They need a guy to come in and immediately hold down the fort on the inside if you're going to try to break in a new center. So they went and got the best guard in the draft. You know, defensive end is probably the most talked about position for the Chicago Bears coming into this season. And it's all about the production that they need out of it. When you look at yourself going into your third year, have a technician, the fundamentals that you use as a defensive end, the arsenal of moves that you have you been able to improve all that elements about your game?
100%, and especially with the staff we got last year, we've done a way more detailed install this year, just on the technique and the start of the rush, to get off the first part to it, and so we've been able to make a lot of improvements in our technique for sure.
Body weight when you showed up and body weight today, how much of an improvement you made there?
Showed up like 245. I'm about like 255 now, so gaining weight well.
You feel confident in the, because I was always a big believer, to me the strength was confidence.
100%.
And you know, you 100%. Feel the same, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. Like the off-season work with the sleds and the long days of lifting and whatnot, yeah, it definitely gives you that confidence to go assert dominance on the other players.
Right.
So, yeah.
What do you want to be at?
Weight-wise, probably 260, and then just slowly trickle down during the season. Because I feel like my speed's one of my superpowers, so I got to keep that.
What's the heaviest you ever played at?
250.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that 5 pounds, you felt stronger, but it didn't mute any of your speed.
100%.
That's good. That's good. Austin Booker, our guest, wearing big number 94. I know we're not supposed to talk about it. Ben doesn't want, but how much fun was that last season?
It was great, man. It was great. But obviously we're hungry for more, so.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff and I were talking on the radio the other day, and even in my career, sometimes you think about walking out of the stadium more than you walking in. And I remember leaving the stadium after the end of the season loss, and it's something that I still think about, but it fuels the fire in you. Do you remember walking into the stadium, but walking out of there and how you felt?
100%. I'm with you on that. I remember walking out more than I do walking in, just because I think we could have definitely had a win there. But like I said, we're hungry for next season. We're working hard, so I'm excited.
In terms of that defense, I thought the coaches did a heck of a job because they were tasked with a lot of injuries. That's not an excuse, obviously, but you know, really important pieces to that puzzle. What did you think? How did you think they handled that as coaches, and how they helped carry you guys through that season?
Yeah, it was great. I think they just didn't flinch, and that gave us the confidence to continue doing what we were doing. They just didn't flinch, and we just kept moving. So next man up.
Would you like more job requirements? You know, I think of them drafting Colston, Loveland, and then I look at there hasn't been a run on tight ends yet in this draft, even though they had some big performances at the combine. So for what else can be offered to you from your position? Are you, do you have coverage concern? Would you like to be involved in coverage? Or are you a hand in the dirt and I want to rush the passer?
I can do whatever I'm asked, but I'm definitely a hand in the dirt, rush the passer, stop the run, all down defensive end. So that's my strength for sure.
Austin Booker from Greenwood, Indiana. There happens to be one of your old teammates from Ohio State that's in this draft, Caden Curry, edge rusher as well. I don't know. I haven't been there. How big is this town? You got multiple NFL players coming in.
No, it's pretty big. We got like, what, 4,000 in the school. So
okay,
it's a big public school. We were 8th in the nation my year. So
oh, wow.
Yeah, won a couple state championships. So, yeah.
Here's the Tampa Bay pick from the
In the
commission.
2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ruben Bain Jr., linebacker, Miami.
Field Yates. Player profile.
Ruben Bain Jr. was a dominant 3-year player at the University of Miami who played an astonishing 867 snaps during the 2025 season. Bain owns hands of destruction as he is powerful, he is determined, and he is a menace to have to block, both as a pass rusher, but also as a run defender. He had a 71 pressure season in 2025, and he also had 137 snaps all the way back as a true freshman as a defensive tackle, as Bain has an unconventional build for the pass rusher position. Despite the fact that he has under 31-inch arms, many around the NFL are convinced that Bain has the goods to buck the mold and be a very accomplished pass rusher in the NFL.
Outstanding player, a Boulder and the Ted Hendricks Award winner a year ago. So added to the Kalaja Cansey and Vita Vea and some additions there on the defense, Ashawn Robinson, and at the linebacker position, Alex Anzalone. So he just mentioned the arm length thing, which was attached to him throughout this entire process. My man right here hates it when it's attached to offensive lineman or defensive lineman. What say Austin Booker about arm length? And it has been rare that a guy with less than 31-inch arms has been drafted in the first round over a 25-year period.
Yeah, I think it's different for every player for sure, but I know my arm length helps me out a whole bunch.
And that is?
I don't even know, like 33 maybe, 34.
Yeah.
So.
But you win with feet.
True, 100%. It starts with the get off and move my feet away from my hands, so it's just different. Yeah.
Jeff talked about your get off, and you have an impressive get off. Is it instinct, or is it something that you've developed over a coach telling you, or do you just pay it or kind of fall into the rhythm of the quarterback's cadence?
100%. Just fall into the rhythm, and it's definitely a feel thing, instinct thing, and just looking through my brows. I'm not even looking at the ball, just seeing at my peripheral. First thing to move, I move. So.
Who's the most, we asked college kids coming in at the combine, hey, who's the best tackle you faced? Who's the best, who's the best player that you have faced in the National Football League in your time so far, and how did that go down? Have you given it any thought?
I haven't, honestly. I'm kind of like
are they nameless, faceless when you get on the field?
No
Seriously?
Face, no case type of guys. So yeah, just I dictate what they do. They don't dictate what I do. So it's kind of how I play.
You're eyeballing me like you want to go right now.
Hey,
don't scare me.
You get me fired up.
All right. So when you talk about the instincts of a defensive end, and I always appreciate the instincts of defensive linemen because, so at home you can't hear the quarterback's cadence.
Yeah.
On the road you can hear the quarterback's cadence. Is there anything different about your approach to the get off, or is it all one and the same if you can hear it or not hear it?
No, I mean, most of the time I can hear it, like whether we're home or away.
Really?
Just because I'm so close to the ball, I feel like, and honestly, then it's just peripheral vision, like whatever I see move first. Like the ball moves or the tackle moves, whatever moves first, then I move. So.
Tom's already talked about this, about the weight room and everything, but, in the offseason, the bonding that goes down in there really sets the template for the season. I think
100%.
Good teams, really have camaraderie and challenge each other. I don't know, have you been here all winter, or have you in and out? And if so, if you were here, were there guys in the weight room working, and was that camaraderie building, even before the start of the off-season program last week?
Yeah, I know some guys were in the facility. I always go to Fort Myers to get away, get with my PT and my training staff out there, nutritionists out there. I got the whole thing. So, but I know there was guys that stayed the whole time. And when we got back, it was great camaraderie, and I think we were already clicking with the new guys. So.
Have you given anybody a lift off on a 500-pound bench yet? No, I'm kidding.
Not yet. We got rid of Big Bill.
Right.
Yeah, right. Big Bill. What is the benefits of like you say, you have a PT. Do you get treatment every day, even in the off season?
Yeah, 100%. Daily.
And what kinds of things are? My daughter's a PT, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's specific strengthening. So for me, it was quads. That was a big focus in my ankle stability and whatnot. But it's just everything. He strengthens. He does physical therapy, so like cupping, scraping, all that type of stuff. So that's a daily thing, just to stay on top of it.
Have you done dry needling?
I have.
Yeah. Do you like it? No, yes?
Love-hate relationship.
Yeah. I had it for the first time from my daughter, Caitlin, and I was fine, but I don't know if I could handle it, on a daily basis, put it that way.
Yeah.
And the New York Jets, the Jets have their second pick. Let's listen in.
Blocker and run after catch.
Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon. Draft's not going like everybody thought. I can tell you that right now. So isn't that always the case, Austin?
Always the case.
I mean, my goodness. Reminisce about your draft experience once again.
Man, it was great. It was a little bit slow. Obviously, you want to get picked sooner and sooner, but went fifth round, was home with the family. Got to celebrate with them. Got a celebratory dinner, and then went back to work. So
yeah.
When you came into the NFL, you were introduced to a new level of technology. The fact that you have your tablet by the time you get on the bus to watch. Have you been able to take advantage of having immediate eyes on to your snaps, to the game, to the offensive tackle you're played against or you're going to play against?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like overall I have a good feel of the game. Like when I come off the field, like what the offensive line is doing and whatnot. But it's nice to have the little pictures on the sideline on the iPad just to double check with your coaches and whatnot, see what they see, and
what's funny is when I played for the Bears in this stadium, they used to have a fishing line that ran from the coach's box down to the sideline, and they would send down 4 pictures that they took up here, put them on a sheet, and that's what you got to look at.
Isn't that crazy?
That is wild.
I just even before that as well. A tight end would come in and bring in the play to the huddle.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They would run them in.
Yeah.
It's crazy how this game has evolved. Austin Booker, our guest here on ESPN 1000, have the Bears Radio Network. Kenyon Sadiq, the very athletic, talented tight end, goes to the New York Jets. And now Detroit on the clock in our division. We'll be interested to see what they bring to the table. What has been your experience like with Ben Johnson?
It's been amazing. He's a guy that you want to play for. He's a guy you want to play for, and I don't got too much to say.
Yeah. And how about Dennis Allen for that matter?
He's amazing as well, and I respect Dennis Allen a lot. Yeah, he's been great so far.
He keeps it real, doesn't he?
100%.
He doesn't. He tells it like it is.
100%.
Whether you want to hear it or not,
exactly.
I'm sure.
And I can respect that.
Were you surprised when Ben took his shirt off?
I was a little surprised, but we was rocking with it.
Oh, my God. It made such a splash around the
I know.
NFL and just the world. And it was just the excitement, man. It's second to none right now.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm sure you run into Bears fans all the time. They are, as you young people, they're lit.
Yeah.
They're ready to go. Right, fans? You guys are just jacked up, ready for another great season, that's for sure. All right, Austin, we're going to let you go. We got to hit a break. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck this season.
Appreciate
Tear it up, buddy.
Yeah,
thank you. Austin Booker, Bears defensive end, big number 94, joining us. This is the Bears draft party at Soldier Field inside the Miller Lite Midway on ESPN Chicago on the Bears Radio Network.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some enchanted evening.
Bali High.
Wash that man right out of my hair.
And Paramount always raises the bar with their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Water in your basement doesn't wait, and neither should you. This is Maria.
And this is Ken at Family Waterproofing, and we believe in doing the job right and respecting your time.
From foundation cracks to full basement waterproofing systems, we protect what matters most.
And now with our new Express Services option, if you already know the solution you need, you can book your project directly.
No extra appointments, no unnecessary delays.
Fast, straightforward, reliable.
That's Family Waterproofing.
Protect your home today at FamilyDry.com.
Family Waterproofing, your basement's best defense.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking high-five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Ugh, medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
Field Yates, player profile.
Clemson right tackle Blake Miller is amongst the cleanest plug-and-play starters in the entire 2026 NFL Draft. Miller was a 4-year starter for the Tigers at right tackle, playing nearly 3,700 snaps and showing steady growth throughout his college career. He has very good size with a nearly 84-inch wingspan with light feet and an improved demeanor from his freshman through his senior season. He still needs to add more play strength that shows up in pass protection. Blake Miller has one of the higher floors this year's class.
All right, welcome back to the Bears draft party. Detroit, one of the Bears' foes. They go offensive line, looking for a potential left tackle to keep Penei Sewell at right tackle. And Tom had this guy circled, a huge 6'6" Blake Miller out of Clemson, Tommy. An impressive player in terms of all the traits and math on Blake Miller.
Yeah, he's got to get a little bigger, a little stronger, 317 pounds at 6'6", almost 6'7". But they're going to expect him to come in and contribute immediately as a starter, but they have the luxury of having Penei Sewell. So if this guy goes and flawlessly fits in the left tackle position, they don't have a lot of changes in their tackles. But if he goes in there and initially struggles as a left tackle, then they'll probably be able to have the luxury of moving Penei Sewell over to the left tackle position and bringing Miller over to a more comfortable, balanced right tackle position. So they're going to have a little work to see, kind of watch his traits, watch his fundamentals, and to see if he has confidence at left tackle or struggles at left tackle.
Believe it or not, he's the first Clemson player on the offensive line drafted in the first round, ever.
It's amazing. It's amazing. When they got a program there and they've had some high-profile success, and you think of the first-round draft choice of 1985, William Perry, defensive tackle out of Clemson. Now this being the first offensive lineman, it is a surprise to me. I wouldn't have guessed.
And the Minnesota Vikings on the clock next. By the way, Miller does two things that Tom really respects for an offensive lineman: a wrestler and a guy that hit the weight room. 435 bench, 585 squat, 365 power clean.
That's good when you're moving the weight a long distance and how tall he is.
And the Minnesota Vikings have made their selection, and it is Caleb Banks from Florida. So 10 of the first 17 picks for offensive players, and now the Minnesota Vikings bring in a guy that is coming off an injury and should be ready to start by June, but we know how that goes. Caleb Banks, very talented. Saw him at the Combine, did some great stuff. That's where he got hurt at the Combine, or excuse me, at the Senior Bowl where I was at, and very athletic player, 6'6", 327. He's got all the measurables. A massive dude that has made a lot of flash plays in his career in college as a Gator.
I just hope they did the investigative work on his foot to see if it's something that he's going to struggle with throughout his career, because sometimes that's a really fragile injury, and it can come back to haunt a player throughout their career. And if he's able to recover and get right back into the training methods, I think Banks can come in here and be a solid contributor in the middle of their defense for a long time to come. But it also means that there's a couple of defensive tackles with interest up there that are still on the board.
Certainly, Caden McDonald at defensive tackle,
Yep.
Peter Woods and Christian Miller from Alabama, Lee Hunter from Texas Tech. So this was going to be a draft that was going to target potential more than the guarantee, okay, this is a certain first rounder. It seems to me that these GMs are listening to their board. They're not going with the overall view of what everybody thought might happen. They're going at their board, and they're handpicking these guys.
It's a DIY draft. It's where you're going to fix your team with something in there that is not necessarily going to be a takeover guy like a Caleb Williams, but he's going to go in there and they're going to be a position contributor. They're going to be able to patch a hole for a period of time. They're going to develop into a guy like Banks right there that can go and do a defensive line that rotates the position according to the personnel you're facing and the down and distances. So this is something that every one of these GMs are trying to patch holes in their team and try to, get assets that are going to be usable for contracts to come.
Yeah, the actual quote that I was looking for was a longtime AFC executive told one of the NFL draft scout, this isn't a conviction draft, it's a projection draft. And first round has definitely been wide open. Catching you up on the last 5 picks, Vega Uwanwe, the outstanding guard from Penn State, goes to Baltimore at 14. Reuben Bain to Tampa Bay at 15. The Jets go to Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon, so they double up. And they get a defensive player in David Bailey early and an athletic tight end middle of the first round. Blake Miller to Detroit, Caleb Banks in the division of Minnesota. That team up north does not have a first-round pick, so the Packers won't be picking tonight. And so we inch toward the Bears and all the different picks that might be available. And now these trades are becoming more common as the Eagles are now trading up to 20. And Howie Roseman does this. They target.
Yep.
Trading up to 20 with the Dallas Cowboys. So Dallas is going to trade for the second time tonight. They traded with Miami to take Caleb Downs. Now Philadelphia targeting a player. And Howie's done a great job.
You think of the Bears playing Tampa Bay next year in Chicago. It's going to be interesting for us to have a chance to see Reuben Bain, from the criticism of his short arms to see if he really computes into a featured pass rusher in the NFL throughout his career. It'll be interesting to see how that all works out.
So to move 3 picks, they give up to Dallas the 23rd, 114 and 137. So the Eagles now picking at number 20. Carolina on the clock right now. Their head coach and general manager there said, hey, I know we drafted a wide receiver, Ted McMillan, last year. He was outstanding. We might do it again. So we'll see if that's something that Makai Lemon, still sitting there on the board, a potential tie-in with the Carolina Panthers.
We almost suspected that Carolina would be looking for a new quarterback by this point. but Bryce Young is able to turn it around, and now he's complementing the offense with his type of play. So maybe they do go out there and Carolina tries to bring in another weapon for them. And then you got to think, what's on the mind of the Philadelphia Eagles? What position are they looking at, and who do they want to bring in?
Here's Carolina.
The Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia.
Field the Eights. Player profile.
Offensive tackle Monroe Freeling from Georgia has all the physical traits that you are looking for and a prototypical NFL left tackle. 6'7", 315 pounds with nearly 35-inch arms and an 84.5-inch wingspan, Freeling checks all the boxes. He's just a little green. He has 18 starts and 37 games played and has under 1,300 total snaps at left tackle, his natural NFL position. But even in a small sample size, he proved that the great snaps are truly remarkable. For a team that is willing to be patient and allow him to continue to build out his strength, Monroe Freeling has a chance to emerge as the best offensive tackle in the entire 2025 draft class.
All right, thank you, Fields. Ikemekwanu, who's coming off an injury, the starting left tackle at the moment for Carolina with Taylor Moton, the veteran, at right tackle. We'll see what transpires. Another offensive lineman off the board. Philadelphia next. We'll take a break as we inch toward the Bears in 25. Here from the 2026 NFL Draft coverage, live on YouTube and Twitch on ESPN 1000 and the Bears Radio Network.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox fans, take advantage of our unbeatable season-long deals. Enjoy savings with a $5 concessions menu, which includes $5 Miller Lite draft beer, Garrett popcorn, Stadium buttery, Vienna hot dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. Plus, enjoy a fan favorite this season. Get one ticket and 2 beers starting at $24 with Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Spring is sprung, and savings are in full bloom at Menards. Get your backyard ready with garden tools that make every job easy. Define your landscape with durable edger blocks. Then top it off with colorful mulch that keeps weeds down and supports healthy plant growth. You'll also find a huge selection of grass seed and fertilizer to make your lawn the envy of the neighborhood. Gear up, green up, and save big at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Men. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up the convertible.
Look, the van even has its own backing.
You said you'd never stop listening to your music.
Do your happy dance, do your happy dance, yeah.
You said you'd never schedule your life around a stuffed animal.
Nobody panic. Bun Bun is still at daycare.
You said you'd never give in to demands.
2 kids' meals. And a chocolate shake.
And never put them in harm's way.
I'll be right back, little man. Just gonna pop in the store for diapers.
But never happens. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in a car by themselves.
Long line today.
Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Draft Day. Our live coverage continues with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
I always wonder about trading in the division. But a couple teams have tonight. Philadelphia did. And Makai Lemon is now a member of the Philadelphia Eagles at pick number 20, just 5 away from the Bears. And as you look at all the names that we have filtered through over the course of this entire process for months on end, guys like Keldrick Falk, Akeem Mesidor, Peter Woods, Caden McDonald, Colton Hood, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Thieneman. They're all there.
Right.
Bears are going to be in a position, and I don't know how they have their board obviously stacked, but there's a lot of very good players that are on this board, and they should be able to land one of those players. And I think we'd be happy with just about any of that collection.
Yeah.
And that's going to be interesting, Tommy.
Listen, there's so many players still out there that the Bears are coveted that there's a possibility that they could trade and still get 2 of the players that they're looking at. And when you look at Makai Lemon going to Philadelphia, that kind of see you later, A.J. Brown.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
But, still, you got a guy that's got to come in here and be an immediate contributor because A.J. Brown has still proved that he's a pretty good receiver.
And they added Wicks in the trade, so they've got a bunch of receivers now with Philadelphia. But
all those guys you mentioned, man, it's still –
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
I just can't believe that some of them are still there, and that was the thing about getting ready to call a draft where the Bears are picking 25 and how heavy in defensive talent this draft is. But if Ryan really has his sights set on one of those guys being there, then make your pick and be happy with it.
Pittsburgh is up at number 21. 6 offensive linemen have been selected. They said there would be 7 in the first round. I guess Lomu is one of the other ones that are out there, and that's also a player that visited Hallis Hall reportedly.
And there's a couple centers out there, and they're not going to be picked in the first round. But you're going to get a run on centers eventually for these guys that need them.
Yeah, that'll be a bit later on, I would imagine. But the Pittsburgh Steelers still waiting for Central Command to see if he's going to play or not. I think that's just weird. How about be a teammate and let everybody know what we're doing here? You're trying to win and figure out the best plan of attack. And it's hard to make decisions if you don't know who's going to be your quarterback.
Right. And, the thing about it, Mike Tomlin was such a stabilizing force there for all the years that he was there. And it was almost guaranteed that you had a winning record and you were going to get a berth into the playoffs. But now they're trying to make a whole culture and philosophical thinking change there with the coach they hired and the types of players they're bringing in. But I think the most confusing thing about it is the inconsistency at quarterback over the last 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, since Ben Roethlisberger right now, Mason Rudolph still there. Will Howard, the Ohio State 6th rounder a year ago, also thought highly of by the head coach now, is also over there. But I don't know, 500,000 strong, going crazy in Pittsburgh. The second time the draft has been in Pittsburgh, believe it or not. They hosted December 1947, Tom. 300 players in 32 rounds. We didn't have 32 teams. We didn't have, So we'll see what the Pittsburgh Steelers have in store.
I never knew that. I never knew that there was a draft in Pittsburgh before.
Yeah, 32 rounds. That seems a little excessive. In the division, we just recently, Blake Miller, offensive line of scrimmage, the Minnesota Vikings with Caleb Banks. And that's this division. You load up on line of scrimmage. And it's going to be that way. It's a black and blue division. Everybody likes running the football in the division. And I still think it's the best division in football.
Yeah.
And it had another great successful year a year ago. Even with a down Minnesota team, they were still 8-9 and dangerous.
But you got to think of Green Bay bringing in Micah Parsons last year. Why they don't have a first round pick is because of bringing in a guy like Micah Parsons. They did get rid of Kenny Clark, and so they thought that they were going to have a dominant line of scrimmage, but unfortunately Parsons got hurt.
Pittsburgh Steelers, at least under Mike Tomlin, you close your eyes and you know what kind of player you're going to get, right? And then, Maggie.
Yeah, she loves him.
Maggie. She is like scanning that phone looking for info. Scanning that phone. Here's the Pittsburgh Steelers pick.
26 NFL draft. This
Another
Pittsburgh
no-name running
Steelers
back.
select Max
Running back you.
Ihanachor, tackle, Arizona State. Tackle number 6 off the board.
Offensive tackle, Arizona State.
All right, Max Ihanachor, raw, but I'll tell you this, he's got all the physical attributes to be some kind of tackle. Big, long, and strong. Watched him at the Senior Bowl on the practice field on one of the days I was there, and he was getting tested by all these defensive linemen, from Caleb Banks to Lee Hunter to Morgan from Michigan to, I mean, and it was physical and nasty, and he hung in there. He hung in there as a very young player. He's come probably the furthest from anybody in terms of football. He hasn't played a lot of it in his career. Played soccer and basketball. He was an AAU basketball player. He was born in Nigeria, immigrated to the United States at 13, and settled in Compton in L.A. This is a tough guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's a tough guy.
He's a big, thick football player. He's almost 6'6". He's almost 330 pounds. He's good on his feet. He's powerful. He's a type of, he probably has a variety of traits that you can investigate where he's best going to fit the football team the quickest, and maybe he can go from guard to outside to tackle, or maybe he's a career offensive tackle. And like you said, I liked him at the Senior Bowl, and I think he's gone to the right city for a future offensive lineman. And every time I watch him and see him at number 58, he reminded me of the offensive tackles in the 50 numbers nowadays.
Yeah. Did not play football until JUCO at East LA College. He weighed 240 pounds. He's now 321 and was the number 7 overall JUCO prospect in the 23 class. So he had to be drawn to football. It wasn't something he started playing in Pop Warner. See, this is they're showing it at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
I tell you, those were the most fun one-on-ones I've seen in a long time, because these guys are playing for money. They're playing for their NFL futures. And, I mean, it's quite the story, because obviously there's not a lot of 6'6", 320-pound people that have light feet, long arms, and a wingspan of 83 walking the planet that can step into the top 1% of 1%ers and play football in the National Football League. So, yeah, he is going to be emotional. That is a long shot story.
What I liked about him, he's never let the defensive lineman get the last push. If anybody kind of disengaged and gave him a last push, he went right back at him, and he gave him another shove just to, have the exclamation point on the end of the rep.
Yeah, and he helped Cam Scattaboo get drafted, because he was blocking for him as a right tackle when Scattaboo went crazy for Arizona State, had a breakout year. And very, very interesting selection. Pittsburgh Steelers looking at their tackle situation. They just found out this week, Tom, that Broderick Jones might have issues at left tackle in terms of his health. So he was their first-round pick in 2023. So this is a player that made sense. They went first round last year with Troy Fautanu from Penn State. Or was that Washington? I can't remember. Penn State or Washington. Anyway, he was their first-round pick last year, and he was their starting right tackle for the big guys up front. Also went with a second-round pick at center 2 years ago, and Zach Frazier, a very good center. So offensive line, got to have it. No matter where you're at, where you're going, got to have it. You got to take care of it.
Yep.
So the next choice is up for the LA Chargers. And Mr. Jim Harbaugh. We won't have that one? Okay. So it is approaching as the Bears are keenly interested in what happens from this point forward. The LA Chargers with the 22nd pick. Dallas will be up next after their trades. They've had 2 of them tonight. They've already landed one defensive player. They're going to load up on defense with Caleb Downs from Ohio State. Here's the commissioner here in the building. Oh, we can't hear him. Well, we'll tell you who it is. There he is, Akeem Mesidor. One of my favorite players in this draft, Miami of Florida, a vicious edge rusher, and an older prospect is joining Jim Harbaugh's LA Chargers. Tommy?
Yeah, I mean, he's just a football player. I don't care how old you are. I don't care if you're an older pick. This is a guy that's going to come in here and kind of get in that a contribution of the outside rushers and help Jim Harbaugh. You know, you look at the offensive lineman he's picked over the years and the defensive lineman he's picked. He has a guy that he knows that can come in here and be a week one contributor. And that's what you want out of these outside rushers is you want those, 35 snaps in you that are getting pressure into the backfield.
They have Tuli Pulipotu at the outside linebacker position on one side, and they're 3-4. But Jamari Caldwell, third-round pick last year.
Did Dalvin Tomlinson. Khalil Mack?
Yes, they got Khalil Mack there at outside linebacker as well. Dayan Henley on the inside. So the Chargers getting somebody, and here's the thing. This is what's going to happen. When you're an older prospect, and there's going to be more of them coming into the league in years to come, you say getting your feet wet and all that. The expectation at 25 years of age and 65 college games and 50 starts is you are a day one starter. We can't use you.
You're ripe and ready.
You're ripe and ready. There is going to be no ramp up.
Right.
So the pressure on these kids at that age is going to be cranked up immediately. Correct?
Yeah, listen, Larry Moriarty, one of my roommates at Notre Dame. He was drafted as a 25-year-old fullback out of Notre Dame. He was the only fifth-round holdout in the history of the NFL. But he came in as a day one starting fullback for Earl Campbell. So they drafted him with the expectations that he's old enough and mature enough to come in here and be a starter, and it worked out exactly like they thought.
So why was he an older prospect at that time?
Because he ended up getting into bodybuilding, and then he fell off the back of a truck and had some injury issues, and then got back into football, and then was one of the only junior college transfers in the history of Notre Dame.
Outstanding player, though. Yep. Outstanding guy as well. So the Dallas Cowboys up next. A run on offensive tackles. Interesting picks along the way tonight. Ty Simpson at 13 to the L.A. Rams. That's probably the biggest wow on the board. Jordan Tyson, after his late draft process workout, proving everybody he's okay, goes to the Saints at number 8. What else is Jeremiah Love?
Yeah,
at number 3 to the Arizona Cardinals.
That was the first wow moment in this draft, is Love going number 3 to Arizona.
Reuben Bain finally gets selected by the Tampa Bay Bucks at 15. He'll be a nice pairing with Kalijah Cansey over there.
One tight end gone so far, and it's the tight end that made a competitive splash in the combine, and that's the one that's gone off the board.
Yeah, that's they're in vogue. These athletic tight ends. You're talking about Kenyon Sadiq. At 21 years of age, 13 20-plus yard catches among FBS tight ends last year. That was number 2. Eli Stowers is the other one of interest. Projected to be a second or third round pick, but this cat, 45.5-inch vertical jump. He's got 33-inch arms. He's got a lot of skill.
My guy Eli from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Bring him aboard. He's a big guy.
We're gonna break. Okay, we're gonna take a break as this draft continues. Bears around the corner. Tom's talking about Eli Raridon of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, tight NU for Tom Thayer's Fighting Irish. This is ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
On average, between 2 and 3 people are killed each day in car accidents with rideshare drivers. According to the University of Chicago, rideshare drivers have directly led to the death of almost 1,000 people per year. While rideshare drivers carry auto insurance, it's important to know that the amount of insurance coverage available often depends upon whether or not the driver is logged onto the rideshare company app and whether there is a passenger in the vehicle. For example, if the driver is logged into their rideshare app, the liability coverage could reach $1 million. If they are not logged into the app, then the rideshare driver is using their own car insurance, which could be much lower coverage. That's why it's important to have a lawyer who knows how to conduct a proper investigation when you're in a rideshare accident. If you've been injured in a rideshare accident, call the Verdoliak Law Group. Call 844-4VLG-LAW. We've been fighting for injured people for 60 years. With over 30,000 clients represented and over $9 billion recovered, Verdoliak Law Group has the resources, knowledge, and experience to fight for you. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include, absolutely free, a 1-year, no-breakdown guarantee, all for just $89.95. That's right, we guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4-SEASONS.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's draft day, and we are live from Soldier Field. Our live coverage continues with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
All right, just a couple picks away. Cleveland at 24. That pick is in, so we'll hear from the commissioner here in moments. Are we going to have him live? Yeah. Browns with 2 selections. Spencer Fano of Utah was the 9th pick of Cleveland. And with a new head coach, Todd Monken from Wheaton, local flavor there, has got a head coaching job and a lot to sort through, certainly at the quarterback position. Now with Deshaun Watson apparently ready to go and compete for a starting job. Who knows what will happen there. That team, they can go and pick quarterbacks still. They're just going to keep trying until see what happens as they try to navigate, trying to rebuild once again with another coaching change. I want to thank Braxton Jones, Jade Walker, Austin Booker. They joined us tonight here at the draft party here at Soldier Field. Jason McKee, the outstanding sideline man and former Chicago Bear fullback, along with the head coach at Carmel High School in Mundelein, will join us right after the pick by the Bears. So here at the draft party, everybody patiently waiting. We got our guy here thinking that it's going to be a safety. The safeties of interest are still there. There's all sorts of options for the Bears. Akeem Mesidor 2 picks ago to the L.A. Chargers. But a run on offensive lineman, 6 overall, 5 tackles, and 1 guard. And that was the expectation. And if you have evaluated the offensive linemen in a manner in which you believe they are the better option, you got to take them, because there's only so many of those in this draft, in any draft. And so that's been the draft tonight.
Yeah, but, the thing about it is you think of the safety. When you look at the 30 mock drafts, 40 mock drafts that you can read in the course of an offseason before you lead up to the draft, there's still 3 players out there that have been predicted as the number 1 choice for the Bears. So it'll be interesting to see if someone thinking that far ahead could get it right. But, you know, there's obvious, you know, there's chances like a roulette wheel that you could get it right because 3 of the guys are still out there waiting to get picked, 3 or 4 guys at least.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want as a general manager. You're the 25th pick, and this is what happens every year.
Right.
Teams like Kansas City, why they get players that fall that fit perfectly into their plan, and this is what's happening with the Chicago Bears. And I guess we should not be surprised if the Bears even move down.
Right. And, you know, the thing about when you look at all the picks so far, yeah, you may think a pick is out of place, like Jeremiah Love going number 3 to Arizona or Ty Simpson going to the Rams. But it's not – I'm not sitting here blown away by anybody who's picked or who's not picked. And, yeah, Reuben Bain maybe kind of slid down a little bit because of the short arm stuff, but I don't think that will be a factor in his career. Now you got to see if Banks can be healthy from a foot injury and how some of these younger tackles can – there's a lot of development for these younger tackles. They still have strength to gain, and they got experience to get.
Here's the commissioner.
NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns select Casey Concepcion.
Wow.
Wide receiver, Texas A&M.
The playmaker joining.
All right, Casey Concepcion. Interesting. I mean, they needed a wide receiver, so they get a guy with the ball in his hands who's a dangerous player. Some concerns about him character-wise and whatnot, but this is a very flashy selection, a great addition to a Browns offense that needs a lift.
Yeah, he's an explosive playmaker. He has had plagued by some drops in the course of his career. But if you're going to go out there and depending upon who you want your quarterback to be, if you can give them another explosive playmaker like that, maybe he develops into that pro that you want out of him. But, you know, going from Texas A&M to Cleveland, it's a big jump.
Yeah, it did not work out, so don't have a 40 time on him. But Concepcion is 5'11", 5'8", 196. And the Paul Hornung winner as the nation's most versatile player last year because he does have ability to take the sweeps and the design plays behind the line of scrimmage, but with the ball in his hands, he's lightning. And so I'm curious what he actually runs. We won't know that until we see him play, but undersized, but he's got elite burst per Daniel Jeremiah. Sharp cuts across the grain. You can see him be a dangerous receiver. We're seeing highlights here at Soldier Field, and he's also an outstanding return specialist, but one thing I don't like about him at times, he jumps in the air to catch a pass. When you got all that speed, keep your feet on the ground, catch it and go.
Yeah.
And those are things that
I think
that are challenging.
You expose yourself to damaging hits when you get your body off the ground and you have the safeties and the cornerbacks and the linebackers the way they can run and hit, especially to an undersized guy. You know, I don't wish anything bad for him, but you know, with like you said, with his feet on the ground, he's much more of a threat.
And the receivers that have been selected have gone basically according to popular belief, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Concepcion was the 4th on that list, a speedster going to the Cleveland Browns. All right, so your Bears are on the clock, baby. 2 minutes to go before they make their selection, and they've got options galore. Options galore. We'll see what Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson have up their sleeve, baby.
I honestly didn't think they'd have this many options when they got down to 25. So it looks like there's up and there's hands are shaking and the pick is in. So there's not a possibility of a trade.
Targets could include an edge rusher, a defensive tackle, safety, or cornerback.
What do you want?
At this point, I don't care. I mean, I'll take any of these guys. Man. I really would. I really. How about you?
You're not.
How about you? What about you?
I want a safety. I want the kid from Oregon.
Okay. You want Dylan Thieneman, the former Purdue Boilermaker turned Oregon safety, an outstanding player indeed. McNeil Warren, a taller safety, probably a strong safety in the Bears system. Peter Woods, the defensive tackle. Caden McDonald, the big run stuffer at Ohio State. Keldrick Falk, the young LSU edge, outstanding run defender, an option as well. Caleb Lomu, a tackle, is also an option.
Right.
The corners.
But there's a chance that all those guys could be there with their second-round pick. So the thing about it is you don't want to panic and you try to pre-predict too far in advance, but there's a chance they may be there.
Yeah, the Bears picking 57 and 60 tomorrow. There is a big gap between round 4 and round 7 for the Bears by a solid 100 picks after they pick in the 4th round at 129. They don't pick again on Saturday until the 7th round where they have 2 picks. So maybe Ryan fills that void a little bit, but the pick is in, so he's not moving. And Bears fans are excited to see what happens next. See what happens next, Big Tom.
I just think you're gonna get a good football player. You're gonna get to come in here with a culture that Ben has been able to begin and develop. That is going to be an asset inside the locker room, because that's one thing about Ryan Poles and Jeff King and their staff, and Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen. They know what type of guy that you need inside that locker room to build the culture and a championship culture and where you want it to be. So I'm excited to see where Ryan Poles filled out the card and when it's time to read it.
Interesting, the Bears have not selected a pure edge rusher since Leonard Floyd, but that was in 2016. Roquan in 2018, first-round pick at inside linebacker. It's been a lot of offensive players or without a first-round pick making selections that were more on that side of the ball. And, I'm of the belief you added so many weapons offensively. You're in a really good spot right now. You could add more, absolutely. But now a second year with Caleb Williams in this system, the defense could really benefit with a selection on that side of the ball. The Bears are going to score points. The belief is if this thing takes off like they want it to, they're going to score points. And that defense will be able to play on the lead a little more often.
But remember some of the uncertainty we had going into games because of the injuries to the defensive backfield, the linebackers and everything. I think you got to take, Dennis Allen's creativity into consideration if he feels there's a guy that can play multiple impact positions for the Bears.
And I felt, man, that Dennis Allen and his staff did an amazing job.
Me too.
These are not every single player that was tailor-made for his system. He coached to their strengths. They took the ball away, but they had to deal with a lot of speed bumps. A lot of, not the least of which was Jalen Johnson from Jump Street, then Dio Adenbo, the injuries to Kyler Gordon, the injury to Shamar Turner, the injury to TJ Edwards at the most important time of the playoffs. Here is the pick for the Bears, the 2026 selection, number 25.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
Okay, pick is in. Dylan Thieneman of Oregon, a new Chicago Bear.
Thank you, Dylan.
6 feet, 108, 201. Thieneman, a hybrid open field athlete, great instincts and range. And we'll get the official here from the party at Soldier Field. Wait for the roar. All right, Dylan Thieneman, open field athleticism, versatility to make the plays over the top in coverage, downhill against the run, an aggressive alley runner, reliable tackler, led all Big Ten DBs with 104 tackles at Purdue. In 24, he was Big Ten Freshman of the Year at Purdue, Mr. Football in the state of Indiana. He's from Westfield, Indiana. Did grow up a Colts fan, but he's a Bears fan now. Dylan Thieneman, love him.
Him and Kobe Bryant probably give the Bears two of the most versatile safeties within our division. They have the ability to control the center of the field. They have a great pre-predicted angle of attack according to their pass blocking responsibilities. And it's just going to help Dennis Allen be more creative than we watched him be last year with the way he put this defense together.
Scout telling Bob McGinn of Go Long Football, longtime analyst, one of the cleanest prospects, tackles well, extremely good athlete, smart, tough, and competitive. How many times have we heard those words from Hallis Hall?
Smart, tough, and competitive.
Competitive, compete. Dylan Thieneman, walking like he owns the place in Pittsburgh. He is the latest Chicago Bear defensive safety, and the back end of the defense is quite important for Dennis Allen. A defensive back himself. He understands the impact of it, how it relates to the rest of how they play defensively, and that goes for the corners and the safeties. And shoring that up, getting as many talented players on the back end of the defense, very important for the future of this defense as it grows.
You know, you point to a team within our division, you think of what Harrison Smith did to the Minnesota Vikings for the length of his career and how important he was in the role of the different defenses they played throughout his time in his career. And then you think of where he can play. They got that comparison up there. And you think of where he can play. He can play at the second level. He is an avoidable target that makes it tough for, players, tight ends, running backs, offensive linemen trying to block him. So I think it's a great opportunity for Dennis Allen to continue his creativity. And now I think you really help the career of a guy like Kyler Gordon to be more deployable.
So 8 interceptions in his career, 2 forced fumbles. But the aspect of this that is also significant is the speed component. This is a 4.35 safety at 201 and over 6 feet. A 41-inch vertical, 10.5 broad jump. He's got explosive traits, and Dennis Allen wants as much speed on that defense as humanly possible. And so he's part of that mix right now. Dylan Thieneman, get to know him, get to love him. He's a new Chicago Bear. And Dylan Thieneman, with that also, I don't know, you're going to compete for the starting job. You never just hand him. But he punt coverage all 3 years at Oregon and Purdue. So that's also something significant as well. I put a big Bear logo on him there. I mean, this was a Bear. This is a Bear, another Grizzly, Dylan Thieneman for the Chicago Bears.
Is number 31 available?
I don't have him memorized right now. So we're getting ready to do something here at the Midway on the west side of Soldier Field. Bears fans getting ready to pop a cold one, as they say. I've been drinking coffee and water. I don't know what else I'm going to be doing here, but I guess I'll try them all. We just got something a little bit ago I gotta share. 5 seconds away. All right, everybody. Hey, here we go, buddy. Hey, everybody, Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer, Soldier Field, please join me in celebration as we raise our glasses and cheer our newest Chicago Bear safety, Dylan Thieneman, everybody. Cheers. I was going to shotgun it, but I thought it would be inappropriate. Anyway, that tasted good going down.
Yeah, it did.
That tasted good going down. So the Bears get their first-round pick. Did not move. Things fell to them. The big thing is just, feel the board. Feel the board. Work with the board.
Well,
and that's exactly what happened.
You could see the reaction in the war room with Ryan Poles and all of his cast of characters in their coaches, front office, and everything. And the excitement of the handshakes and the way they're embracing each other. It was somebody they coveted, and they were able to go out there and pull him into the Bears. And now, he'll be here hopefully as soon as possible and be a part of his continuous development into this defense.
The interesting thing, too, is with the second-round pick and how that all starts, the Bears, again, with 2 back-to-back. Some of the players they may have circled may trickle down there by the time we get there. So it'll be interesting to see what's next. All right, we're going to take a break. Houston just drafted Keelan Rutledge, outstanding offensive lineman, a gritty dude from Georgia Tech. He's got nasty written all over him. Another offensive lineman for you. Very good AFC contender, the Houston Texans. Dylan Thieneman is your new Chicago Bear. And this is ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network.
ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Business checking accounts for big business, small business, and most importantly, your business. Republic Bank of Chicago is the bank for business, and we've got what you need to succeed. Business Zelle? Check. Online and mobile banking? Check. More than 60 years serving Chicago? Check. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of our 20 locations to open your account today. Business checking that takes banking beyond expectations. Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota trucks. Find yours at toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Live coverage of today's draft is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's draft day. To Hallis Hall, to Soldier Field. This is live coverage of the draft. And this is Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on ESPN Chicago.
All right, back here at the Bears draft party, the Midway was hopping. It was hopping, no question about it. Everybody's headed now for a cocktail. That's what they're doing, and you should. Toast to the Bears for Dylan Thieneman, our partner in crime on Bears Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays. Okay, you can't hear, okay? We're going to get J-Mac in here in a moment for his thoughts as well as a fullback that I'm sure a time or two picked up a blitzing safety in his career. Right? So, but Dylan Thieneman, let's learn a little bit more about him. So Dane Brugler, who put together the athletic, impressive range, anticipation from the deep half, guards sidelines and sorts through routes, reminds me of Justin Reed. Daniel Jeremiah, versatile chess piece, excellent closing speed, fluid pedal from the slot. And Matt Bowen, who played a defensive back position at Iowa and in the NFL, best third-level range of any of the safeties, Dylan Thieneman. And of all defensive backs, frankly, again, range, field vision, ball skills to protect the deep half or the post. 8 interceptions, 11 pass breakups in 3 years. So he gave that honor to him among all safeties and cornerbacks.
How about this? He's 201 pounds. he did 225 18 times, the strongest of all defensive backs. And when you think about his football anticipation, the reason that you have that ability to be an alley tackler and still you got that coverage range, it's time invested in yourself. And you learn that from him and the amount of bench press reps he has, but the skills and the intelligence, the athleticism of what you have to have as a safety, it's obvious when you watch him play and what he's been able to accomplish.
Also a first-team academic All-American, the first in Oregon history for that honor. And I always love looking at what else they did growing up, but this guy was also a standout baseball and basketball player and ran track in Westfield, Indiana. Went to Purdue, then he wanted to challenge himself. He wanted to challenge himself a little bit, get a different perspective, went out to Oregon and put together a fantastic season with 106 tackles last year. So a little bit of everything from him, exactly what you want from a safety in the NFL. So pairing with Kobe Bryant and Elijah Hicks on the back end. And the new addition from the Buffalo Bills, who is also going to help out as a nickel candidate as well for the Bears. Here is pick number 27. Nope.
No,
28.
Dolphins picked Chris Johnson. Now this is 28 by New England.
Chris
With
Johnson,
the 28th pick
Yes.
in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah.
Field Yates, player profile.
Caleb Lomu is a 3-year college player who started 24 of 27 games played at the University of Utah, playing nearly all of his 1,561 snaps at left tackle. Lomu is Mr. Steady Eddie, very balanced pass protector who shows up in the running game as well. He's an accurate striker who can get to the second level. Lomu needs to continue to build out his frame at just 313 pounds, but he has the foot quickness to hold up in pass protection, as he did not allow a single sack in 2025, while surrendering just 6 total pressures during his final college season.
All right, so Caleb Lomu is a New England Patriot sticking on the offensive line, as you were talking about Will Campbell also last year. So they're doubling down. Lomu was in the Bears facility, talented player, and yet a 7th offensive lineman selected in the first round of the draft, as was suggested would happen. So also Chris Johnson, a very good defensive back out of San Diego State. So a little run on defensive backs as well. And still plenty on the board there for this draft. As we wind down the first round here, we're still trying to get J-Mac on the phone or YouTube or whatever the case may be, or not YouTube, but Zoom. But let's get him on the phone. I want to hear from J-Mac, see what he has to think as the Bears get ready for what should be a fun second day of the draft as well. With picks so close together, and there could be more. There could be opportunities to move down as well for the Chicago Bears. All right, Jason McHugh, who wore that uniform proudly and now patrols the sidelines for us on our Bears Radio Network, joining us for a review of Dylan Thieneman. How's that ring a bell, J-Mac? Long time no see. How you been?
Doing good, man. Excited that the Bears got another playmaker with speed on the back end to pair with Kobe Bryant, the free agent they brought in. So I think it's a perfect fit for, what Ben Johnson wants a Chicago Bear to look like. And we've heard it all offseason, right? They covet speed. They covet physicality. They covet guys that love football. And you got one in Dylan Thieneman.
J-Mac, when you think of the variety of back ends that we saw Dennis Allen put together, what consistency does this give when you talk about some of the new pieces he brought in, including Kobe Bryant?
Yeah, I think it gives you an opportunity defensively to do a lot of different things. I think when you look at what Kobe Bryant can do with the versatility that he has, and you look at the athleticism of Dylan Thieneman, now you have guys that can, you can play either guy down in the box. They both have good range and good ball skills. So I know Dennis Allen is thrilled that he has 2 pieces on the back end that he can utilize very well.
J-Mac, are you at home or in a locker room?
I'm in Hallis Hall. I stole my old locker.
You are well decorated over there on the phone and through Zoom, so you're doing a double duty. J-Mac, the way the board fell, I really believe, and I'm all about this. Unless you're drafting in the top 10, you're going for the blue chips and whatever the projection might be, right? You're betting on traits. If you let the board come to you and you don't panic, you don't make a deal that might blow up in your face, maybe there were options to move down, I don't know. But you stay true to your board, you take what's best in front of you, and you go with it. And look what happens. When you're deeper in the draft, really impressive players fall.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it from Jeff King in the press conference this week, right? He said they're going to listen to the board. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, some things went the Bears' way. We saw some guys get drafted early. We saw a quarterback get drafted earlier than expected, and therefore players that the Bears may have coveted, they didn't think they would have an opportunity to get, fell in their lap. So, I'm thrilled about, them adding Dylan Thieneman. I also liked Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as well on the back end. I think both of those guys are two really good young athletic safeties that can make a lot of plays. And I'm just glad we got one of them to pair up on the back end with Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, I think the interchangeable component with this safety is more significant. So I like what Dennis wants to do and how he moves people around the chess pieces. I mean, it's going to be a chessboard a little bit as they continue to add pieces. What shocked you tonight?
Yeah, I think, in the draft, I think the Ty Simpson to the Rams shocked me. I didn't think that a guy that had that limited amount of starts. And, yes, people talked about it all week and, all throughout this process. Yeah, he had traits that would make him a first-round quarterback. But we know one thing, there's no better experience than actually playing. So I felt like with the limited amount of starting or roles that he had, I didn't think he would go that high. Obviously, Coach McVay and the Rams felt otherwise and picked a successor for Matt Stafford. So, the board fell how it fell. And, another guy I'm proud to see that went early was Carnell Tate. He's a Chicago guy, played at Marist High School, but also, transferred down to IMG. But just to hear the story that he went through, losing his mom, and then, you see him being drafted in the top 10, what a story for him. And it just shows a testament of his hard work. And it's just good to see, as a high school coach here in the state, to see another guy from the state have an opportunity to live out his dream. So I was proud to see him go.
J-Mac, I'm not asking you who, but what position do you want to see the Bears look at in the second round with 2 picks?
Yeah, hopefully defensive line, whether that's defensive interior or defensive end. I think we need help up front. We got to be able to get pressure on the quarterback. And, you somewhat solidified the back end. Now let's see if we can get pressure on the quarterback to help generate some of these takeaways that these safeties will have a chance to get now.
You mentioned Lake. I think there's 12 Chicago area products or from around the state, Rockford also, that are in this draft. What's that? 3 from Marist, okay, including Carnell. So what does that indicate to you about what's going on? You're obviously in the thick of it over there at Carmel Mundelein. What's your thought on it?
Yeah, I just think it's really good football, and that's a testament of you have obviously really good players. You have really good programs led by really good coaches that do a good job of developing these athletes, as men, not just football players. So, it's one thing to have the athleticism to be a first-round draft pick, but guess what? You better have the character. And I think that, these programs are doing a really good job of enabling these young men to have this opportunity. So, you mentioned other guys, Carnell Lake, Pat Coogan, who's an offensive lineman, who's in this draft, Jimmy Rolder. And I played against both of those guys, heck of a players that are having an opportunity to lace them up on Sunday. So, the state of Illinois is in a really good space right now in terms of high school football. And as a high school football coach in the state, I'm really thrilled to see it panning out.
J-Mac, do you make your kids aware of something like this, that no matter where you come from, where you are, what program you're in, you got the opportunity to have the same success that these kids are having right now?
Without a doubt, Tom. I think, when, they have an opportunity to see myself and Coach Rasheed Davis, 2 guys that played in the league for a long time, Olin Krutz, they have access to us every day. But when you see guys that are not so far removed coming out of high school, living out their dream, it puts things in perspective for them, but it also shows them that it's a goal that's really attainable. So, I know a lot of my kids are watching the draft, and hey, when I go back to school and I see these kids, tomorrow I'm say, hey, why not you? Why not you? You put in the work, you live out your dream, and anything can happen. So it's good to see these guys from the state having an opportunity to play on Sunday now.
All right, J-Mac, speaking of local kids making good here, I got a quiz for you. It takes a visual, so you can see us, right? So there's a photo. I want you to pick out what number Tom Thayer is in this photo. Maybe Maggie can move even a little closer to the camera. That might give you a better perspective. Can I identify Tom Thayer? What number?
Man, it's a little blurry, but I'm going to take a stab at it, Joniak. I'm going to say Thayer was number, I'm going to say 72.
Number 63 in your heart and in your playbook. Tom Thayer, what grade was that?
It was like 6th grade.
Oh, my gosh. He had a serious look on his face then, too. Looked like he was ready to go. He was ready to go, J-Mac, at all times.
He was still the same size in 6th grade. You've always been.
He was a little thin right there. You had what do you have on? You had your pad on your hand, covering your knuckles.
Yeah, I had a little J pad there on the. I had to have an explosive right punch.
Hey, J-Mac, we're gonna have to go here, but in the division, of course, Detroit, Blake Miller, good offensive lineman, Caleb Banks, line of scrimmage, and maybe that's where the Bears go in the next round. That's our division, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you went up front. We saw that last year with the offensive line. You'll come to life and revitalizing and revamping our offense in its entirety. So if you got guys that can get after it up front on both sides of the ball, you have a chance to be successful. So I think the Bears are definitely going to address the trenches, hopefully on the defensive side of the ball to keep up with the rest of the division.
J-Mac, you going to be in the weight room tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. I'm always
there right now.
I'm trying to catch up to Tom.
Huh?
I'm trying to catch up to Tom.
Yeah, you have you guys doing morning lift tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. We got to get after it, man.
All right.
Stop.
All right. Well, invite me sometime.
Anytime you want to come up, Joniak, you're welcome, man.
All right. Thank you. Jason McKee, former Chicago Bear and our Bears sideline reporter. That's going to wrap us up tonight from the Bears draft party at the Midway here at Soldier Field. It's been a fun time. Thank you for all of our fans coming out and saying hello, taking pictures of Tom, getting his autograph, and shaking hands for memories. Thanks to our producers, Aiden O'Connor, right here on site. Enjoyed working with him. He's got a lot of knowledge and a lot of spunk. Jake Santos and Mario Herron back in our studio. This draft coverage has been brought to you by our good friends, Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Thank you to Chicago Bears. We'll have complete coverage of the rest of the NFL draft on various shows throughout the weekend here on ESPN 1000. Thanks for watching us on YouTube and Twitch. This has been the Chicago Bears Draft Show on ESPN Chicago. For Tom Thayer, I'm Jeff Joniak. Have a good night, everybody, on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Get the last roof you'll ever need with steel roofing from Menards. Steel roofing provides your home with the best protection from wind, hail, and fire. Choose from 29 stylish colors to enhance your home's appearance. Available in cut-to-length panels that cover a large area for fast installation. Shop our selection of roofing products today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
While gas prices are going up, there's one price that's always the same, the CTA. You can travel anywhere in Chicagoland for just $5 a day on the CTA. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Stop budgeting for gas and start enjoying the city. Let CTA be your driver. Not only will you save money, you'll avoid the stress of traffic and having to search for parking. Easily plan your route at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You got a budget? They've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Sneezing, congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here. Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatment. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. If you're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale is happening now through April 26th. You can save up to $3,000 off MSRP on a new hot tub or swim spa, or up to 25% off clearance spas. Definitely check it out. I did. Visit a Bullfrog Spa factory store today.
Hey, it's Dionne Miller, and if you're in the market or even think you should be in the market for new windows, you need to call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. For over 30 years, Russ has done things differently. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, and they come with a lifetime guarantee. And when you call Chicago window guys like I did, you get to deal directly with Russ, and you will not be sorry. So call Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060 or check them out for yourself at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into an Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation.
With a lot of the other players that they already have there, the versatility that he's going to be able to show, he is a Robert Saleh type of edge rusher all day long. He can play 0 through 9 technique. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see them beef him up a little bit and even slide him inside. There's a lot of wide variance as far as how you can use him, but he is a high upside player, but needs a lot of refinement.
And his passion for the game was almost an obsession early on because his mom would not let him play Little League football. And all of his buddies were out there playing ball, and he told me finally in 7th grade, I said, Mom, football is now coming before family. You're making me angry. And Mom said, all right, let it rip, kid, and go get it. And he did. And that fire continued to burn inside him. And not only is he a great football player, Jordan, Mike, Max, Chris, he also is a remarkable person. He took a chunk of his NIL money and gave it to a walk-on last year at Auburn that would have had to leave school because he couldn't afford to pay his tuition. He wouldn't say who it was, and I really didn't want to know because Keldrick Falk is not just a great player, but he's one hell of a human. And look who's picking next at 32. You don't think that Mike McDonald, head coach of the Super Bowl champions, that's his kind of player right there? I think he was almost tapping his feet going, just fall one more, fall one more, fall one more. And what happens? Robert Saleh goes and gets him right ahead of the champs.
And I think that was the important thing because that was one of the areas they needed to address was defensive line. I talked about both their lines really needing some help in year one for Robert Saleh and getting this kid. I really like